afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon here. Just give me a couple minutes, just setting up.
You can take that mic apart for me.
Let's go see here. I'll put the camera around so you guys can start seeing. So give me a bit there, guys. I'm just.
Check. Checking, 1, 2, 3.
Checking.
Checking, 1, 2, 3. Check. Checking, 1.
I lose it right here. Here, if I take this away though. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if everybody can hear me. Cool. Come on. Not sure if everybody can hear me out here. We are in Callander Bay. Give me 2 minutes.
Check, check, check.
Nope. Have a lot of wonderful people out here. PCS hear you 5.5. Perfect. Yeah, Crocky, I have my little mics on there. So that's why it sounds way better. We have a lot of food here. Oh, wrong way. Lots of food. How's it going? Nice table. Hello, hello, hello.
Well, when you're stopped sitting, I'll walk you.
Yeah, that's gonna be tonight.
Huh?
That's gonna be tonight.
Okay. Well, I will get you a stick
Okay.
to put it on for me, especially the panelist discussion and stuff.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Some merch, guys. I think Joanne's back, eh?
Huh?
Did Joanne come back?
Joanne's right there.
I know.
How you doing?
Good, you?
Oh, a long time.
How are you? How are you doing?
We're good. We're just back for a couple of weeks and heading back to Costa Rica.
Are you? Yeah. Just stay here for a bit.
Well, we had a bunch of stuff to take care of, legal stuff and paperwork and these kind of things that just can't run
Doesn't
away
fin-
from.
Yeah, doesn't finish.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Then.
Yeah, we got some good projects going on there.
So where's Roger? Is he here?
He was just here. He turned off for a bit and he'll be back at some point.
Okay, yeah, just gone.
I think he went for a nap. We lived in the motorhome for the first couple of weeks. It was
Out there?
out in here in Callander.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that must have been cold.
It was warm, but there was no water, no shower, no plumbing. So I got a membership at the gym, so I could come into town to shower. Are you recording this?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yes, I'm recording everything. I'm live all night.
Well, I won't tell you what we used for
It's okay.
that.
They didn't see your face.
That's all good. Hi. Hi.
Yeah. So how you guys like Cuba?
Yes, and
Costa Rica.
I'm dropping
Costa Rica?
coffee
It's great. It's just we haven't really done tour stuff. We've been busy setting up and getting
Do
our
we have something I just dropped some coffee.
Don't worry about it, it's cleaned up.
all good.
Well, I'll be out here probably 6 more times this spring. Oh, I could have done that. Honey, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
We got gentlemen around here.
Well,
Garbages?
thanks, Chris.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chris.
I'm Chris.
Chris?
Nice to meet you. No, I don't think so. Do we?
I think I've met you before once or twice, but I was probably blonde.
She's had about 10 different hair colors since I've been
Well, I
watching
had to
her.
go to Purdue. I had kids with me.
Yeah, okay.
So,
No, I
and
just,
my friends were like, you need to go.
Sorry.
It's easier for us to get them.
So there's a kitchen out here, guys. Lots of food. Magnetic sandwiches. Oh, there you go. Some egg sandwiches. Perfect. Well, that's good, Brocky.
No.
Yo, Coda. Sounds good, brother. Bon. Hey guys. Hey Wanda. Hope you're having a good Saturday. We are here today in Callander Bay. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Can't complain. Who's gonna listen? At the community center, we are just waiting for more people to show up. Ladies, do you guys have a water bottle? That thing's on fire. The smoke thing's on fire.
Who's on fire?
The smoke thing. Well, it's not. It's smoking. Hey, can you... All right. You guys didn't realize this is on fire? Sorry, guys. Hey, Charlie. Yes, I am alone. Sorry, guys. I just had to go outside. There was a little smoke fire in the smoke butt thing there, so I went to put it out. You know? Yeah, just because I went outside, guys. But you guys can hear me perfectly fine now. Hey, Trish. So we have Josh out here. We have Sabo out here. Did you guys want me to go interview Josh or Sabo? Okay, we've all known. Mr. Green Thumb says he alone on other channels. What other channels? Guys, come to Maple Blaze Productions on YouTube. Go find Maple Blaze Productions on YouTube. Sorry. There's a little montage here going on. Steven, what kind of he's just chatting right now, but we can go talk. You're dressed all spiffy today? Do you mind it being live? No? Okay. Okay, good. Look at Sabo, guys. Everybody wanted to see you guys. I'm Chris.
I'm Ben.
Nice to meet you. So you're the producer?
I am, yeah.
Good. I'm Chris Primo.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to contact you for a bit there, but you know, it's been busy.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, you've most likely been contacting with my wife's phone. She's been managing a lot of the
No, I was
consults
trying
they do.
just with Dan, yeah.
Yeah.
Because so it wasn't really getting anywhere there.
Yeah, my apologies.
No, it's all good.
We're
It's all
for
good.
feet.
Well, I figured you guys were busy, right? Because you guys started what in DC?
Yeah, so we did. Our first premiere was in Fort St. John, and we were worried we were going to be able to fill one auditorium. We ended up selling out 5 auditoriums in a row, and Grand Prairie, which was about 2.5 hours away, sold out there, and then at Dawson Creek, and then back down in Calgary. And Dharma joined us for our big premiere down in Calgary.
Oh, you guys were there?
Yeah, so they one of the main individuals involved in the documentary were down in Calgary, and so it was a very therapeutic event.
Well, that's a good thing, right? Because if everybody's there, at least you guys can support one another.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, but no, it was fantastic. We had, it sold out about a week and a bit before, and a giant wait list. So it, and then after that, we went to Saskatoon to an event event that was actually going to be quite controversial. It's called the Magic Lantern Roxy Theater, and the main, so the Magic Lantern manager is a little bit apprehensive of the film, and he's like, I don't think we're gonna show it. So I sent him a screener copy of the film, and after he's like, yeah, we can show this. And I said, okay, I want to premiere in Saskatoon. Maybe go to Peace River or back to Dawson. You know,
Small towns.
yeah, a little over to the rural areas. So that'll be way more acceptable.
Well, that's good. Because hitting the small towns, so we do have a counselor here that in Sturgeon Falls in West Nipissing. She spoke up for our community.
Yeah.
And she got the mandates and everything.
Yeah, fantastic.
So she's here now. I don't know if she wants me to do an interview with her. I asked her earlier, but she's kind of first time, right? First time counselor, so she's like on the ball with it.
Oh, fantastic.
But she is here, so she is a supporter, and thank God to her. And since I shared out her video to everybody, she's like, I've been getting a lot of emails, a lot of publicity. I'm like, well, that's good. You did something good, right? You spoke up for our small town, which is only about 10,000 population.
100%.
So that's why we need these small people to stand up.
100%.
All right, guys.
Thanks. It's a pleasure talking to you.
We'll talk later. Sure. This thing going. Kenneth's going to be here. I was going to say this later. Who? Kenneth, my son. He's like, is Sabo going to be there? I'm like, of course Sabo's going to be there.
Really appreciate it.
Right, Sabo, hometown heroes, Windsor.
And just say a few quick words, and then just let everybody get back to.
How's it going? How's it going? How you been? Good, can't complain. I'm on walk right now, if you don't mind. Nope. Nope. You don't mind, or you don't mind? Okay, good. Do you? I was asked to broadcast it. I was asked to broadcast it, so how you been? Not bad, not bad. No? Good.
And as well, we've got some gear, some shirts, some buttons, some hoodies, and some signs for sale. So if you want to grab some of that bling and go out here and get some. The meet and greet is going to go on until about 4:30, and at that time we will take a half-hour break to open the doors for the general admission tickets, and we'll start back up again at 5 with the panel discussion. For anybody who paid in U.S. funds, please see me after the event if you would like a refund of the difference between U.S. and Canadian funds, or see one of the ladies at the table right at the door.
Can you guys still hear it properly?
If you have any questions, don't hesitate to find any one of us in these white shirts, unacceptable shirts. And we'll do
Hey
our
Rick,
best to help
hey
you.
Mr. Green Thumb, hey Tracy,
So this
hey
event
Big
was
Dice.
presented
Hey,
by
Mima.
Spartan Chapel, supported by the Northern Freedom Alliance, and promoted by Chris Primo with Musketeer Media. A little bit about me. I am the chair of the Northern Freedom Alliance, was a Libertarian candidate in the last provincial election, and the vice chair of the Ontario Libertarian Party. I am a believer in freedom. I've been involved from the beginning of the movement with huge support from the Better Half Pact, and I spent most of my the 3 weeks in Ottawa. So the first person I'm going to introduce, just to say a few quick words, is Régent Venn. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Régent Venn is the author of 5 Years to Freedom.
Guys, can
and
you hear okay?
Unvaccinated, How Canada Turned to Hatred and Division. You can find his opinion on most pressing social and political issues of the day and on Substack.
Yeah, the one
So
on my
welcome,
collar is
Régent
on my
Venn.
collar right now.
Cheers.
Yo, buddy. And the other one's right here, guys.
Hi everyone. I guess Dan just
Can you
wanted
guys
me to
hear
come
okay,
here
though?
and share a bit of success stories that we've had recently. I believe Anne will come up and speak a little bit after, but I wrote a book about being unvaccinated, about how tragic it was to be unvaccinated, how terrible.
Is it loud for you, Chris?
But more recently,
Or are they talking
I've been
really low?
involved
Because
in
it's really
getting
low.
Vaccine restrictions rescinded in West Nipissing, and if you guys have been following along, West Nipissing rescinded their vaccine mandate early January.
Hey!
And then just recently, we finally got our local nursing home to remove their vaccination requirement for visitors. Now that was a huge victory
Okay,
for
so I'll
us.
make sure next time to put
We
up
got
my mic
the
then.
board to come back to the table after
Sorry, guys.
holding a few successful, peaceful protests.
I thought these
And
mics would have picked up more.
That's what I want to share today, is that we're getting some success in these movements.
Okay,
and,
so I'll have
it
to take
starts
out the
small,
other
it
mic
starts
then to
in
make sure that's
communities,
okay.
and I know that North Bay did the same thing, just recently got the municipality to move their
Thanks,
vaccine
guys.
mandate. I think we need to keep fighting for these things. Yeah. Okay, and I'm here today with Anne, and Anne will come say a couple of words.
So I guess
Anne
it's
is the
better
famous
if
face of West
the
Nipissing
mic
as
is
well.
right beside it.
Recently going viral on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. Anne is the counselor for West Nipissing that formally apologized on behalf of I'll let Anne introduce herself.
Hi everybody, my name is Anne Tessier.
Apparently, I'm louder than you, Chris.
I ran because of what I saw during the Ottawa freedom and the actions that were done by government. So I made a decision to present myself for running for councillor and to fight for our leader. Thank you.
Just a couple quick words from Josh Alexander. So some of you may or may not know who this young man is, but Josh Alexander, he rose to international attention as he asserted his constitutional right to speak and act according to his conscience.
Should I just take my mic out then?
Just a quick few words.
Thank you all for coming in. I'd like to thank the organizers of this.
Is that better?
Obviously, the producer over there and those who put together the unacceptable.
Way better, Chris.
Just before I start, I'd like to say I'm a proud unacceptable.
Is that better?
So some of you may have seen
Coda, is that better?
over the past few years.
Okay.
I organized a student walk
Yeah.
in solidarity for the Freedom Convoy against the mask mandates and online learning and all that. It started in February, I suppose. That got me suspended from my school several times. The cops were called to my school. There's a lot of drama that went on there, but I finished up my year and I decided to go back and switch to the Catholic board. I myself am not Catholic, but I'm a born-again Christian, and I just felt that maybe I could find a little bit more support in that board. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Not long into my time there, some female students complained and said that males were using their washrooms and all this was going on. So I decided to speak out against it. Long story short, the school didn't care to hear what I had to say. They didn't care to hear what these females had to say. And I decided to organize a protest against the media. But there ended up being a fairly large counter protest to what I did. I got suspended from my school indefinitely. And I was only allowed to return if I agreed to permanently exclude myself from 2 of my classes, math class and religion class. And then I also wasn't allowed to speak to certain students while I was there. So I didn't agree to these conditions. I got Liberty Coalition in Canada on board, and we decided to get some litigation going. So at this point, I had lost 4 credits. I was excluded for the remainder of the year. They weren't going to let me back. And this was because I contacted them and said I'm returning, but I'm not going to compromise and I'm going to continue to adhere to my religious beliefs. So what happened is I decided that this was unlawful. I felt I would be condoning their wrongful behavior by accepting this exclusion and abiding by it. So, like I had been for the last 2 years, I decided not to comply. I returned to class and they tried to take my phone. They brought me into the office and blocked the exit, and some Ontario Provincial Police officers walked in, read me my rights, and arrested me. That was the situation at the school. they charged me with trespassing. It wasn't a big deal, it was just a trespassing charge. But the next day, I went down to a drag queen storytime hour in Ottawa, and they arrested my brother and myself for simply using a megaphone to quote scripture outside the drag queen storytime. So I've now been arrested twice in 2 days for standing up for what I believe in. And I'm not going to stop anytime soon. And like I said before, I'm a proud unacceptable, but that doesn't faze me. I'm going to continue to stand for what I believe in, and I hope to see you guys all in the future. Thank you for having me.
This is what you know, Josh, you're 16 years old? Yeah. So when 16-year-olds can have signs and platinum to stand up for what they believe in and for their rights, it teaches us, the rest of us, a lesson, right? So anyway, get back to the meet and greet, mingle, mix, eat fair, chat with people, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Do you guys want to go talk to Chris or to Josh? Do you guys want to go talk to Josh? What kind of question do we have for Josh here? What kind of questions do you guys want to ask Josh if we go interview?
Go interview him, and if people
Hey,
have
Sam.
questions,
Chris,
hey, Chris, can you hear me?
You?
Good, good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Chris!
Yes, I can hear you.
Yo, it's Sam.
Yes, it's Sam.
Who's that?
It's Coda. Coda, come on live. Yeah.
What's going on, Sam?
Hey, Coda, how you doing? It's been a while.
Yeah, man, it's been a while. How you doing?
So we kind of have you here then.
I know. I'm in BC right now.
BC. Well, glad you could be here. You got Chris walking you around, and yep. So this is gonna be live streaming the whole time.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna live stream the whole time. Try to bring your questions here. Chris will read chat. Yeah, guys. Any questions you guys want, I'll ask anybody out here. We'll do interviews. I know you guys want me to go talk to Sabo and Josh.
Sabo's over there.
So I need some questions, guys.
Usually Sabo's pretty big right now. He looks a little small compared to that guy.
Right. Wow. He's like. So how you been?
Busy.
Brian might.
It's amazing all the hard work that everyone's put in such a short period of time. This has all come together in about 2 weeks.
Really?
2.5 weeks.
Well, since you messaged me,
yeah, it was.
Back.
Yeah.
So what made you guys do this?
Well, we got to know Ben. We knew the.
Let's go Canada.
That they put together, and we got a church plant, and that'd be a great first event to have. It's being the premiere of this documentary, and putting together a panel, which an amazing panel. You saw the roster.
Yeah. That's why I talked to Ben earlier, but I didn't get most of my interview because it sounded muffled. I'm having issues with my microphone for some reason.
Okay.
So I'll have to go back and talk to Ben. But,
yeah. So he's got going tomorrow as well. They're just premiering at Biker Church.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. I was talking to Melissa and Rob there.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Are you guys coming down?" They're like, "Maybe, we'll see." And then a couple hours later, they're like, "Nope, we're not coming down. We are having the event here." I'm like, well, even better.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
This is a great documentary. It's just not for the choir, right? This is for people that are, also on the fence or uncertain, but it's
going to open more eyes.
It's going to open more eyes. We've got to be able to. People should be bringing people out to these events as well, not just the choir, right? But bringing people out as well. We want to wake people up. We want to show them the reality of what's going on. And I think Ben's done a great job of that. I've been told that I'm going to be. Charlotte told me Sammy's going to be watching the reaction. He's going to be crying through this thing.
Really?
Fine.
Really? So I'll go down the aisles there and watch everybody's reactions. That's good. Good. So, hey, Brian.
Thanks for being here. I'm glad you can join us, Coda.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Brian. How's it going?
Hey, yeah, Sam. It's good to see you, brother. You're looking good, man.
Who's that?
That's small. That's Coda.
Well, that's Coda right there. Sorry, Coda. I mean, glasses and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's all good, brother.
Yeah, he's growing a beard. Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, he's growing a big beard and shaved his head.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't got hair anymore.
What's that?
Said, and I don't got hair anymore.
Okay.
He's got no more hair.
You got more than I do.
Okay, so Trish, my question is, what do the participants there want to see discussed more in platforms such as this one?
Okay. What do the participants there want to see discussed more in platforms such as this one? What
would be helpful to talk about in their opinions?
So are you asking me this to ask the people, or is this towards the viewers?
This is, the viewers are asking you to ask these questions.
To the participant or to everybody?
To whoever you're interviewing.
Okay, sounds good, man. I'll do that for sure. So, for you, what would be helpful to talk about in their opinion? What do you mean? What do the participants there want to see discussed more in platforms such as this one? Oh, so what do you guys want to see more on Facebook?
Right, like what message do you want to get across to people?
What message do you want to come across? Okay, what message you guys want to get across? That's more of a question. Okay, so give me a second. There's music in the background here.
Dan has put together the Dan's moderating it.
That's okay. He just wants to hear it. See how the mics are sounding, right?
Yeah.
How can we help them? How can they help you guys? Donations or anything like that?
Oh, donations. I mean, we only have I think it's set up on our Scribe and Chapel.
Okay.
For donations, I'm pretty sure. I'll go check with Keely right now. That's been put on.
Yeah.
And I know there's Dan's got the theme for all the questions, right? I'm not sure what everyone is wanting, from the panel. I think for me as well, a lot of it has to do with solutions, right? We know the problems, and let's bring out solutions. My big what I really deal with is the education system. That's where the problems are, that's where the problems start. And when we're not teaching people, how to think, the government's able to bring in their mandate of what to think, right? Yeah. I think people really need to learn how to think, how to be able to discern, to tell apart what's true, what's not
that's why
true.
people should be doing their own research on seeing what's true and not, right?
Yeah. Education system really fails on being able to teach people how to think. We remove logic from education, we remove morality from education.
This is where you should be using your mic.
Yeah, but you know what? It's because of the music. I should just be stepping back, to be honest.
So when you're close to stage, your mic sounds like crap. And when you're interviewing somebody, try to get your mic as close to them as you can when they're speaking.
Okay. Yeah, go.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, I'm coming up there. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna back away here, so I can hear you guys. Because it just turned on the music there when in the middle of. Okay.
Okay, so do you have both your mics with you?
Yes, I got one here, and I got one here.
Okay.
So when I was reaching out, earlier, were you guys hearing anything?
Okay, so hang on a second. There's an on-off switch on one of the mics, right?
Yeah, they're both on off switch. Yeah.
Okay, so turn the one you have in your hand off.
Off? It is off.
It is off?
Yep.
Okay, so if you can move your lapel mic closer to your voice, to your...
Yeah, give me a second here. I'll just change it to my mic again. Put this one on.
Clip it as close to your throat, your voice box. That's where your sound comes from your body.
Okay, that one's not on.
Wait a minute. I need to connect it.
Turn the other one off.
It is off. It was off 2 seconds ago.
Okay, still off.
I'll turn this one on now. See which one's connecting better.
Just they should both connect at the same time.
They should have, yeah.
Darlene McGowan. Yes, you are, Coda. What am I again? What did I just say?
Okay, so tap both of the microphones.
Can you give me a second there?
Yeah.
Okay, one's connected. Okay, one's connected, two's connected. Let me put them
Okay.
on the. Wait, why is
So
it showing in my stream? Though?
Okay.
Usually shows in my stream, but it's not showing in my stream right now.
okay, you're streaming.
Yeah, but usually if I go to microphones to change my microphones
Yeah.
in the settings, it'll let me change my microphones, but I can't right now.
You can't.
No.
So tap one of the mics.
So you guys hear
No.
that?
No.
So
You're
that's it.
talking.
It's because no, you guys are not connected to the mic at all.
Okay, just go out and come back in.
I think it's StreamYard, Brian, because people have an issue with it. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
give me a
people that
second.
have
I'll come back
complained
right
about
back in.
Okay.
StreamYard not being compatible with mics.
It was earlier, but it's because it was on and off, on and off. Okay, give me a second. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take over for a bit. Why not? What's going on, everybody? Chris, I got sidetracked this morning. Check your email. Oh, am I going in and out there? Oh, shoot.
No, you're good. Okay, did that connect your mic?
How's that? Is that better?
No.
You just said no?
Hey, Winmore.
Okay. Hey, is that better?
Your sound's actually worse.
No.
Hello?
You sounds like you're on the phone. Tap your mic. Nothing. So they're not. I can hear an echo too.
Rickardy, yes, I am.
Can you guys hear me now?
You are?
There we go.
Can you guys hear me if I do this? If I tap in them?
No. Go into your settings now.
I did.
Does it show the?
Yeah, it does. But it was working earlier.
I wonder what's going on.
Hey.
I guess should have done this test earlier.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, but I think it's through your phone.
No, it's through the mics right now.
So tap that mic.
Oh, wait, this mic. Is that better?
No.
Is that better? Is that better?
I don't know who made the brownies.
Hello.
Okay. Do you have both your mics on right now?
No, just one.
Okay, whatever's happened there, you just came out louder.
Yeah, it's because I've been playing with my mic thing there.
Okay, are you on your phone mic or what's it showing?
I'm on my this mic. Is that better now, or is that?
It seems low.
Okay, so let me do.
Like you're getting louder, but your voice is carrying low.
So if I take out the noise cancellation, how's that?
Okay, so now move your mic away from yourself and try talking.
How is that? Is that a bit better?
Put your hand right over the mic.
Over the mic?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yeah.
Is that better?
It's not making a difference.
So?
No, cover it completely. Now talk.
Hello.
No, move it away from your mouth.
Hello.
Okay, so
Hello.
That's not making any difference.
So these mics are
so try bring it. Where's your other mic?
Right here.
Is it on?
Yep, they're both on now. How's that?
Okay, so move one away. Move right up close to it.
How's that?
It's not. It doesn't seem to be.
Is that a bit better, or
It's not changing.
it's not what?
It's your volume isn't changing.
What if I do that? Is that better?
Do you have auto volume on?
Yep. Now it's off.
Okay, crank it up.
Now it's cranked up. It's cranked up to the max.
Okay, there you go.
With
For your tickets, it's over there, but if you'd like to put your...
do you want? Is the echo cancellation? Put it off. Is
Yeah.
that better?
It seems to be. Now, so both your mics are on, are they?
Yeah. Both of
Okay.
them are on. Yeah.
Now take the other one, cover the one, switch those mics around, see what happens.
Do you want to take this and talk? Do you want to take this and just say hello?
Hello? Hello.
Yeah, that's working.
Here, I'll move those. Hello.
And mine is working too.
Hey, Canadian Unfiltered.
So we can hear both?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So does it sound better now?
It does. Go back away again. Back away from the phone. No. It sounds
No,
like it's
go
on
down
the phone
closer to
for
your
some
phone.
reason.
Your mics aren't working.
Can you hear us?
Only when you're... No. So it sounds like it's on the phone mic.
Oh, really? Okay. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Barbara.
How's it going?
Okay, well, you'll have to deal with just using your phone.
Yeah, we'll have to fix this because if it's gonna be like that there.
Yeah, you'll have to do. So if you go right out of StreamYard.
Yep.
Like right out, you can get back in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you want to do is disconnect everything. Like pull your little receiver out of your phone.
Yeah, that's what I did earlier when I left StreamYards. I took everything out and I resetted everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So just that. So can you get into your mic settings right now?
Like in my mic setting, like through StreamYards.
Like audio.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in audio right now.
Okay, so is there two choices for microphones?
Yeah, there's a microphone and then there's my devices. Hey guys.
So you hit your device, did you?
What's that?
Is it set on your device or?
No, right now it's on my iPhone microphone because you guys can hear me better on those ones.
Okay, so try putting it on the your device.
And how's that?
Okay.
So I
can hear you.
Okay, so I think I need a quiet place. If I want to use these mics, I need to come into a quiet place away from all the noise and all the commotion.
You just have to be really close to the mic, I think.
Well, I have both mics in there right now.
Okay, so they're both on?
Yeah, they're both on, and they're...
Okay, so move them away from you. Talk.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
So see, I think it's just the background noise. There's too much noise cancellation. So, if I cut out the noise cancellation...
Okay, turn one of those mics off. Sorry for the...
No, it's all good.
No, yeah, turn the mic... Turn one of the mics off.
Off.
Yeah.
Off. Yeah, one's on.
Yeah, one on, one off.
Yep.
Hold the one on right close to you.
Hello. Oh, here, I'll put it right where it's supposed to be.
Okay, no, not yet. Okay, so now move that one away and bring the one that's off close.
Bring the one that's off close?
Yeah, switch, just take that one off your lapel, put it over to the side and grab the other mic.
You're just testing out the volume, the different,
yeah.
See which one's better?
I'm still not convinced.
Do you know what
Don't turn it on.
Do you know what I think? I think that your mics don't work at all, and I think all your sound is coming straight up through your phone because
Well,
StreamYard is dumb.
that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Is that better now? The other one's off and away from my face.
So the mic you have is
So
on,
now
is
if you
it?
walk away from your
Okay,
phone
now,
with your mic,
okay, just don't turn them on, don't turn them off, switch the mics now. Leave the other, put that one away, grab the other one.
Hello, hello,
Speak.
hello. How's it going, guys? Is everybody having a good Saturday?
Switch it again.
Hello, hello, hello. How's
Yeah,
everybody?
there's no difference. So they don't seem to be hooked up for some
Well,
reason.
they're paired.
it's
Though. That's
just
the weird.
Yeah,
thing.
but they're paired. They're paired to the thing that's plugged into your phone, but it's
How's
not
that?
connected.
Is that better when I take out the muff?
No, they're not.
That's
See,
it. Going back in.
your mic is paired to the thing you have plugged into your phone.
Yep.
But it's not paired. It's not getting into your phone from there at the moment.
Oh, so
That's what the problem is. So you'll have to just deal with your phone for this one.
Yeah.
So,
I have both of my phones. What I can do is maybe plug in my other phone and have if it has better mic.
Yeah, but just make
Your
sure that when
iPhone
you
has the mic and the camera quality.
yeah. So
Yeah. Well, I'm using my iPhone right now. That's what I'm using. I'm using my iPhone right now.
And that's why I can hear you better.
Yeah,
If
because
you're
I'm
on your
using my
other phone,
iPhone.
you'd be muffled.
Hey, yeah.
Nothing you're doing is changing the sound at all. Everything you've done, nothing has changed.
Really?
Not a single thing.
Freak, man.
Other
See, I
than
got
the
a viewer
sound.
right here that he's just telling
That's
me.
Winmore, I know. What up, Winmore?
A viewer? A
That's a
viewer.
friend. That's a brother. That's a brother.
A viewer.
So-
You just called me a viewer.
More like more
So
like
for now, Chris, just get rid of those microphones and use your phone.
Okay. Okay. Well, if you guys hear a lot of background chatter, I'll just use the cancellation and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Good
Well,
to
you
see
were
you,
viewing
Winmore,
at the time,
brother.
so thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
well,
I
I'm
called
not sitting in here. This is just driving me nuts sitting in here.
It's too loud. Eh?
No, you can't understand anything on the mics anyway, so I was like, nah, I'm going to sit in my truck.
Yeah, he's sitting there checking viewer live.
I'll come back at 7 o'clock.
All right, man. See you at 7.
Okay, I'll be out in the chat.
Okay, sounds good, guys.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So if I walk like this, hey guys, right, love it. So if I walk around like that, is it pretty loud, or can
We
you
can
guys
hear
hear
you.
me? Hey, yeah, you can hear me. Okay. So see, it's just those mics. So I'll just get rid of these mics here. Yeah. So oh well, it's all good in the hood then. But if
Looks good, sounds good, it is good.
you're good,
You're
you're good.
good.
All right, Alana. Awesome.
What you whining at, bro?
Okay, so all right. So who are we going to interview? Since are we going to interview Josh or Sabo?
Interview Josh first.
Josh. Okay. Gotta find the kid there.
Yo, Daniel Barry, Dragon Art. Welcome.
If I talk from here, do you guys hear me?
Big dice, yeah.
Yeah, like perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Because I'll interview him right here. Because Josh is right here.
Oh,
Right?
Winmore, I love it. Oh, I love it.
Love you,
Big
Winmore.
dice. Big dice. At least you weren't holding the mic up all day. That doesn't work. Oh,
Right?
man.
That would have been crappy. Right?
Winmore,
You can hear- yeah,
you're
you
a
guys can hear
brother.
me.
You ain't a viewer. You're a brother.
Right? He is a brother. I know he's a brother, but he was just viewing. That's why he came in and he's like, "Oh, there's a viewer." I was like, I know you're a brother. I gave you a hug before you came in.
Right? For those that might not know who they are, ask them for a bit of their background. Who they are as a person.
So I'm gonna.
You were just out like 5 minutes ago, man. Like
Yeah.
everybody's
Okay.
seen you outside.
I'm
I'm
gonna go
not a
see if.
liar.
I think it's just gone to the washroom right now. There. I'll give it a bit, and then once he comes back, I'll go talk to him. I just wanted to wait because I know I have a good question for him about for all the kids, right? As a 16-year-old, right? I like that. Ashton. Okay. Right there.
I'm looking for a comment. Oh, I can't find it.
So, who are you, and why are you here?
Who I is?
Yeah.
My name is Pat. I'm here to learn about the truth. Because we live in a world full of lies. And that's the truth.
That's the truth, exactly. Well said.
Also, the only time a politician is telling the truth is when they call another politician a liar. That is also a true statement. And that's it.
Amen.
True facts there. So there you go, man. We got one there. Well, we'll move on. We got. Thank you
Short
guys
and
all for
sweet.
watching.
I like it.
Like I said, we'll go look for Josh there. We're gonna. I think, like I said, I think he's just gone to the washroom. I'm not gonna go chase him down in the washroom. Kind of weird. So, what questions should I be asking Josh? What questions do you guys want to ask Josh? I know that who he is and why is he here. You guys heard him a bit earlier. Josh is here because he stood for his at his school. Josh, can we talk a bit? Sure. Yeah. Okay, guys, we got Josh here. Hey. So, they want to know what you're doing, right, and why you're here. You've told your story 100 times. They heard you a bit earlier. So now my questions to you would be, because I have kids, that child right there is in the same school as my kid, my child, and they're in a Catholic school, right? What would you tell them or consider them to do? Because they like to stand up. They're not vaccinated, even if they were, it doesn't matter, right? But what would you tell the kids nowadays to stick them to themselves or give them motivation?
Yeah, I mean, our generation is obviously under attack. Our youth need to start voicing their opinions and exercising their freedom of expression before it's too late. And I mean, look what happened to me. Obviously, my voice is powerful, or they wouldn't be trying to silence me. And I'm no different than any other student. See, I just encourage kids to stand up and express what they believe.
Awesome.
No worries.
Awesome. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers, man. There we go, guys. Did you notice being brave? Josh, did you notice more brave? Oh, sorry, guys. he had a lot of other people that wanted to meet him there. He's busy. He's just jumping from person to person here. Josh is always on the go. He's a great young man, doing a lot for our country. Don't know Josh's story. Can you ask a quick So Josh, guys, he stood for the gender neutral stuff at school. A couple of students approached him because of people were girls were approaching him with their concerns about guys just walking into the ladies' washroom, right? And then so they approached him and asked him to speak out, and Josh did speak out, and he did get arrested twice now for speaking out for his freedom and for what's wrong, because these transgenders shouldn't have the rights to just go in any washroom, right? They should have the rights to. You're a guy. You don't walk into a girl's washroom just because today you're a girl, right? So, anyways.
If you have a sausage, you stand at a urinal.
What's that?
If you got a little cave, then you sit on the toilet.
All right, man. I'm hungry.
Yeah. A little cave, lol. Big Dice, if I identify as a cop, can I give the rogue politician tip?
Big
Yep.
young man speaking truth. Great young man he is, yeah. Oh no, right here. Egg salad sandwich. You know, I'm eating an egg salad sandwich before doing interviews.
Hey man, so my breath smells like green eggs and ham, but
Green eggs and fried ham.
green eggs and maple bacon.
Bacon. Back.
Egg breath, always on point. See, I kind of wish I was there because I could be on one side of the room interviewing people and you could be on the other side of the room interviewing people.
I'm eating right now. I'm almost
I
done.
know.
One more bite. One more bite and I'm going there.
No, I'm saying if I was there too, we could be both interviewing people and doing like a split screen thing.
Oh, sorry, man. I could do a live off of both of my phones. To be honest.
What?
So I could go live off of both my phones. Sorry, guys.
No.
All right. So who are we going to interview now? You guys have some questions for me here? I'll get everything ready. And I'll go ask these good questions. I know Sabo's talking right now. Sorry. Someday soon. Right? We'll be together someday, man. And then we'll be yeah, I guess it's just the phone mic working now, so at least you guys can hear me, that's fine. We're good. Lots of people showing up here right now. Still people coming in and out. A lot of people are going for smokes. It's kind of driving me crazy right now. Smoke time. But yeah, I'll go see if Coda's busy right now. Oh, he's actually signing a flag here. He's going up. Hey man, how's it going? Can't go. I'm Chris Primo. Chris Primo.
You're Chris Primo?
Yeah, I'm Chris Primo. Okay. You know me? Lives? I do a lot of lives on Facebook. And on
Who are you talking to?
I know Rob Primo.
Yeah, Rob Primo was. Yeah, we probably met through him though. Yeah.
It's on live or what?
Yeah, I'm already live. I've been live for the past half an hour now.
Nice.
An hour actually.
I keep getting taken down.
Really? Eh? You gotta stop talking about the good stuff, right? Right?
Shit's gotta get out.
Take care.
Was that Travis?
No. Like which Travis? Like
Like
Travis
Big
Travis?
Red Travis.
No. Hell no. No.
Great Canadian Cruise.
No. I don't think so. No. I
Because
wasn't
he was
him.
like the same size as him and kind of
Where did
sounded
he
like
go?
it. I didn't see his face, so I didn't know.
He was a big guy. But I don't think it was him, no.
Yeah.
No, it's not him. No. This is like a watchdog chases tail. Right?
This is like watching a dog chase his tail. He's persistent but gets nowhere. What's that mean, Winmore?
Yeah, because I'm waiting in the hallway for people to come in. Because it's quieter here.
Enjoyment.
Right? Yeah, it's quieter here, so I can get people that are interviewing here. At least you guys can be able to understand everybody once I'm interviewing them, right?
Yeah, tell them you're working Maple Blaze Productions.
I need to make some little tags for us.
Mm-hmm. You need to just get it.
What?
Since you can go to more events than me, you need to hurry his fucking sweater or something.
Right. Yeah.
Because you're kind of in a position where you can do more than me.
Well, that's why. Yeah. Right now I could. Like you said, I need a sweater or a T-shirt or something like that.
Even a
yeah,
hat. Maple Blaze Productions. MBP.
No,
with our logo.
we need some merch. We need some merch.
Yeah.
Egg salad sandwich. All right,
Get the name in the public. Spread it like egg salad.
Yes.
Mima Flowers.
Do you guys want to?
Is there anyone?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I forget. How did you get a hold of me, Mima? Facebook. Message me on Facebook. I'll get a hold of you.
Mima. Hey, Barb. So, what kind of question are we going to ask Sabo once he comes back in?
What's his background? Like, what inspires him to get up every day to be the man that he is, and why does he do what he does?
Okay. I'll ask him why is he here.
What do y'all think about that question?
Why is he? Why is he here?
What makes him tick?
What makes him wake up in the morning?
Why do you get out of bed every day to do what you do?
I'll ask him. Yeah. Once he comes back in, I'll ask him what makes him wake up every morning. What makes him tick every morning? Oh, I've been watching behind. This. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, washing's right there to the left. All caught up there, Winmore?
Yeah, and I've got like I don't have any. I'm like
we can also ask the organizer of the event, or one of the organizers of the event, too. More of them.
Yeah.
What made them want to create this, right?
Right.
All right. So I guess we'll just go in there, and I'm not gonna stand around and wait for Sabo around. Hey, what did you do?
Pat Winmore's caught up now.
What?
He was behind. He's like, oh, been watching behind time. Just saw me come in and talk to him. Oops.
she's right there. See, all the organizers and everybody are busy. They're always busy, right? It's
So,
hard to
you know what you
interview
do?
people
You
right
just
now.
walk. Listen, Chris, listen for a minute.
What? I am.
Okay, so all you have to do is you just walk on up in there with your camera, and then as soon as somebody isn't talking, you jump in and you say, "Hey, man, listen, I'm live right now. My viewers want me to ask you a couple questions," and then they'll automatically be like, "All right, let's go. What do you want? What do you want to know?"
What do you want to know? Okay, so a big group of people? Okay, let's do it.
That's all you got to do, dude. Just don't even think about it. Just do it. As soon as somebody's not talking, whoever you want to interview, you just start talking to them. As soon as you have a
Well, it's to
fucking moment
it's
to
to
jump
squeeze in there too, right?
Yeah. You got a camera, dude. They'll let you in.
Sorry, big guy.
Back to Calgary. Over to Ottawa. Ottawa or Calgary to Ottawa.
So see, everybody's chatting.
That's okay.
It's hard
You
to
just join.
because a lot of people are having personal conversations that we can't have hearing. That's why I can't just walk into a group because a lot of people are having these private conversations that shouldn't be going live.
Right.
So that's why it's kind of hard to walk into these.
Well, then do it to the girls. It probably won't work on the guys. So then just go interrupt all the girls.
We can always say hello to our one of our truckers that was out in Ottawa.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Wrong way.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay. So they want to ask people. So, what makes you wake up every morning and makes you tick every morning?
Trucking?
Heart medication.
Drugs.
What
But
makes
no,
you
like-
What makes you want to stay in this?
What makes you want to stay in this movement and fight for Canada?
I remember what it was like when I was a kid, and I could basically do what I wanted to do, and go hunting, go fishing. I didn't have to worry about whether or not my parents went to work or anything else. And the last several years, it's just gone downhill. What they did to the innocent people in Ottawa is just disgusting. Breaks my heart. Every time I watch Tamara start crying when she talks about it, there ends up being two of us in that position.
Right. I think we're all in that
Right.
same boat. We all. And they want to know who you are.
I'm Tom Gallagher, trucker from North Bay, independent owner-operator. Went to the convoy.
He does a lot of long hauls out in the States. So Trish,
From Thunder
wherever you
Bay?
are- What's that?
You said from Thunder Bay?
No, he's not from. Are you from Thunder Bay?
No, North Bay.
He's from North Bay.
North Bay, okay.
Yeah, he's local from North Bay. He was on Sir Johnny McDonald with me, and yeah, he does a lot of long hauls out to Texas and across the state actually. So yeah. Other than that, how you been?
I'm doing great.
Yeah. Good. Still kicking at least.
Yeah, I sold my rental house in Tamagama.
Just traveling now?
Taking a couple weeks off.
Well, more people are showing up. Good. You taking some weeks off? Yeah. Enjoying yourself?
Are we still on?
Smile, smile, guys. All smiles. Yeah, we're still on live here.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll be live pretty much all night.
I got to peel a layer of clothing off.
You're sweating, eh? Just all the hugs and stuff like that. There you go,
Great
guys.
job, great job.
See, it's easier to get people that are alone to interview, right? Because they're not in a private conversation like most of these people are. Because a lot of people right now, I can't approach because of my camera. So, I'll wait for more people to start coming in. Like I said, Sabo's coming back in. But Here, we'll go talk to Sabo now that he's home. Hey, Sabo, can I pull you aside for 2 seconds? You know? Can I pull you aside?
One sec, guys.
The viewers just want to ask you a couple of questions here. Guys, here's Sabo. So, guys, I knew you wanted to ask him what makes him get up every morning and what makes him tick pretty much every morning, right?
Makes me wake up in the morning. My blood.
No, what makes you keep going on this movement and everything like that, right? What makes you keep going every morning and makes you keep pushing?
Well, most likely all those messages, positive messages from people that I get. People they are thanking me.
Being kind-hearted, eh? A lot of people are touching your heart, eh?
I did, I don't feel like I did much.
Good.
But yeah, it's good getting all those messages, you know. Because of you, I get my work back, job. Because of you, I refused to take the vaccine. I already have an appointment to take it. I heard you talking, and I said, I'm going to take the vaccine.
It is what it is. You know what? There's a lot of truck drivers out here that do have their vaccine. I was just talking to Tom. He's vaccinated, and you know what? He's fine. He's living, right? But we gotta do what we gotta do to work, right? To live. But it's kind of bummed out after a while that you have to go through that, right?
Hey.
After what you've been fighting for so long, for your freedom, right?
Ask this question on screen.
What's that? Oh, sorry,
Ask
guys.
that question on screen.
I can't hear you, man.
Question on screen.
What corner was he abandoned on in Ottawa? What corner were you on in Ottawa? What corner? What street were you on in Ottawa?
Well, I was one of the guys who didn't. Was only in one place. I was at the War Museum. I was in the front of the fancy hotel.
At the Arctic.
Then at the end, I ended up in the front of the Parliament.
He was everywhere. Sabo was everywhere. He liked to be shown everywhere.
I don't like to be caged.
No cages here, right? For freedom.
What keeps him fighting? What keeps him fighting every day? Why does what's his message
What keeps
to the
him fighting
world?
every
What's
day?
your message to the world?
He said all those messages from Facebook and all the messages, the positive messages that he gets every day.
Okay, that's awesome. Beautiful.
On that. All right, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's nice to see you again, man. Very, very nice to see you. I love seeing you smile. Good to see you smile. It's been a while. It's been too long. I'll have to come down.
You want to see what you think about the documentary?
Oh,
you want to see what
Chris.
you think about the documentary?
I'll love it. I know I'll love it. I know I'll love it. All right.
Chris.
Prepare with tissues and stuff?
Oh yeah, we'll prepare with tissues. Oh yeah.
Winmore said he got abandoned at one point. What corner was it?
The entire time you cried? 3 hours. Oh boy. So guys, get your box of Kleenex. If Sabo was able to cry for 3 hours, I think it's going to be a tearjerker.
Hey,
it's gonna be good.
Winmore asked, but Sabo was abandoned at one point at a corner. What corner?
What corner was he abandoned?
That's what he said. At one point, there was said that he was abandoned at a corner. What was it?
People said you were abandoned at a corner? What corner was that? No, you never were abandoned.
You just moved from place to another.
Yeah, he was never abandoned. He never abandoned me. He was just moving from corner to corner, guys.
Okay.
In the beginning, I said I'm going to be the last one leaving. And pretty much I was the last one who left the scene.
Yeah, he was, and he was
Actually,
removed forcefully.
They took me away.
Yeah, they removed you forcefully.
Exactly.
No, he never abandoned anything, guys. Or he was never abandoned either. This sounds like a trivia question. Yeah. I might have a different trucker. Maybe you have a different trucker, yeah. Because Sabo, I don't think he was never abandoned now in Ottawa.
No, I don't think Sabo was ever abandoned either.
No, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So far, I guess I'm the only one who break 2 police cordons in the same day.
See, he's the only one that stood for the right reason, right?
One of the tractors with bombs.
But it had to take somebody from across the country or across the world to show our trucker to grow some balls,
Right?
right? And good thing we have these guys. Just like he drove Big Red.
I never heard about nobody breaking any police cordons over there.
Nope.
Yes, he's Big Red with all the lights.
Twice in one day he broke cop cars.
No.
No.
Police cordon. No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Yes, he did drive Big Red, guys. Yeah. So yeah, guys. There's also our brother Yuri, pretty much from the same region.
Euro!
Right? So, post that up, Sabo. Post that, Coda. That's his truck right there, guys. His beautiful truck. If you guys see him anywhere, if you guys see him on the highways, don't forget the honk. He's on the highways.
When you see that truck, everybody, you honk.
Big. Wrong Pito there. Oops. Oh yeah. I'll let you. Thanks, guys. I'll let Sabo be there. No, we were just asking questions. I know he's a busy person, so. There you go, guys. So we had a couple questions with Sabo here. I know it wasn't
okay.
too
My friend
but
Katie
again,
just brought me a potato so I can make a baked potato in my oven later, and then she brought me a cooked piece of chicken, stuffed chicken.
That's what we're doing. If we're not going to be selling it, Michelle mentioned it before, but we should do it like really simple. Just go in and have your wrap and your fresh.
Chris, why don't you go interview Winmore, man? He knows lots about this.
Sorry, Pat.
Chris, your connection low. No.
No, what? No, what?
Winmore, you know if I was there, I'd be coming right for you.
Reason I asked is I remember him at our corner at one point. Yes, I believe he was. Like I said, he was a bit everywhere. He was on. He said he was in front of the War Museum. He said he was in front of Parliament Hill, and he said he was in front of the Ark Motel. So yeah, Sabo was pretty much everywhere. He wasn't just sitting at one place. He used to travel. Right? We still have a lot of truckers here that are fighting for us, fighting for the right reason and the right cause. What am I doing here? Well, all right, that's it. I'm going to Tim's for fresh office, so Chris can't find. Oh, I was just coming out for a smoke. Of course, you gotta leave now that I'm coming out for a smoke. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave this camera inside, and I'm gonna take my other camera out. So I'll have two lives here, guys.
Yeah, he was at our corner. Winmore, he was.
Yeah.
He came to our corner for a weekend or a night or two. Winmore says I'm straight across.
see you in a bit. I'm just gonna change my camera around and pop on the others. On my other one there here. So we can keep live streaming. Yo. Can you hear
Make
me
sure
now?
you're way away from your other phone.
Can you still hear me good now?
Yeah.
Or is it glitchy?
You're decent. You're decent.
Okay.
Aren't you going to see Winmore? Oh yeah, you're going. You got your coat.
Now I'm going for the
How cold is it there?
I'm due for a cigarette. So that's why I'll leave the camera up here there on the table.
Winmore.
So
I drink
nobody goes
extra
through
large
around.
dark roast triple. Hey Pat.
Excuse me. All right. Cool.
My phone's gonna die. I'll be back. I gotta go get my battery and plug in.
See you in a bit. You guys can still hear me? So guys, I just need my phone stuck in the seat right now. I see a lot of people are getting through. I'm starting to get ready. Turn around the. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, there you are. Enjoying, eh? Oh yes, enjoying the nice weather. We'll go see Winmore. Come on, guys. That's okay. I'll stand outside. It's so freaking nice outside. How'd you paint your things? Did you get them like that? Oh, did you? Whose cars is it? You know? Hey, big guys. Hey. Yeah, there's always the same fucking way on my YouTube. Yes. We are just outside here. We have. Which one are you on? Are you going photos? No idea. I'm on 1P2. I'm on 1P2. Yeah, you can go on mine or you can go on this photos. You can go on that. Right, because you're probably not expecting it. Yeah, because I think a lot of people have been asking me, the quota 123 is popping up and not the Maple Blaze. Yeah. It's very rare I ever see a Maple Blaze. I see your logo, but it's always on quota 123. Weird. God, this is weird. Hearing myself repeat myself. Back time. Be right back. Listening. Gotta do some. All right, Trish. Thanks for stopping. See you in a bit. Are you in the States?
Lucy, Trish is asking you if you're in the States here. Oh man, the kids to the bottom of the There's even a nice drink here too, guys. Where are you from anyway? I'm from oh, okay. Wait, nice too. Anyway, yeah. Well, horrible. You know how old live, you know that, right? Live. Oh, that's why I asked how old were they? Right now they're 32, 30, and 21. I'm old. I'm 34. Where are you from, dude? I went to Northern. Oh! You just want to fight with my other son? No, I don't fight. I didn't fight. Nope. Fuck them. My one son had a lot of problems with kids from Franco. Oh, yeah. No, but he made his own problems. It was the parent. I went in there. I looked around for a bit. I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'll come back when the movie's ready. There's food. You want food? Sandwich? But it's free. You want sandwich on it? Okay. There's fruit. It's just like on Ottawa. We'll bring out some fucking food. What's that? Mm-hmm. Maple stick. Hi. I'm alive. Hey, you have to be before. Yeah. We're still on live. Oh, geez. Yeah, just a heads up. I love you too. Yeah. I know. I was asked to go live the whole time. The whole time? The whole time. Yeah, the whole time. It's always by the show. Yeah, when he's just a camera, didn't he? What? Oh, really? Yeah, just not very often. The other day, I was going to pay and pulled up beside me with the light. Like, hey, what are you doing? Like, oh, I'm just cruising around, showing out the van at the picture of the trailer. Like, good for you. Okay, thank you. I am in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin? He doesn't see me yet, but I think that. Like, we can to make sure you can get tickets at the door. Oh, can you? Yes. Oh, you can get. Oh, I didn't even know you could get tickets at the door. So we want to get somebody like some people who can just direct their shit. So yeah, we can get the door. I would have known that. Yeah. That's enough. Well, kind of right now. People wanted to know from if I could get a store. But we're heading to the table, so and people are asking if the next people are asking. Oh, there's the hockey stick. Skating party and there's somebody's birthday. Oh, was it? Oh, it's over. People I can't hear the tickets. The people who are having a ticket, so they've no idea who yet. I know, I see it. Okay. I will see you guys inside. Yeah, he's not coming inside till later till the movie starts. Right? Right? That's right. Freedom of choice. I've done my share of these things. I've gone with it. I don't know. Yeah. I'll go back to Finland. Yeah, guys. Andre, we are having a premiere here in Callander. One of my cameras are inside viewing the whole area, and I am outside right now. I was just having a cigarette, and I'm going to get my mom and my son. Hey, Samuel is here. Samuel is here, right? Yeah, he's inside. He's inside. Go find him. Hey? Oh, he didn't go inside? Well, Samuel's inside. Say hello to my son. Go. So yeah, we're having a documentary premiere of Unacceptable here. More people are showing up. More and more people are showing up here. Oh, Samuel is sick, man. So, oh. Huh? Wait, that's it. Comme ça, on n'a même pas vraiment commencé rien. Ben, on a parlé avec une département. Sorry, guys. Just speaking French with my mom here. Ah, par rapport à ça. Est-ce que nos viewers? Just call. Oh, make me cat in the morning is my game. Oh my God. Hey, Hector. How's it going, buddy? What on it? What's the other? Can we do shit? Hope all is well, Hector. Where is the Pokemon? Dan, it's gonna be tonight. So that's my 2 other tickets, okay? Yeah, Dan, Poker time is tonight at 9 o'clock, I believe. 10 minutes. Right. So you didn't have a call? Wait. Here, come say hello to everybody. and say hi. How are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, we're watching a documentary on the live stream here. Super. So, people watching right now, 28. People are just waiting for the documentary to start. They keep my other camera viewing the room. Yeah. Did you subscribe? Did you subscribe or you didn't know them yet? So yeah, guys, after this, we are having a poker night. Coda is going to be hosting it first. I'll be joining in after when I get home. So my mic don't work properly. I guess it's got to be in a quiet place for it to work properly. And you're really good. I hear some music playing in the background here, guys. So, other than that, is there anything else you guys want me to interview? Is there anybody else you want me to interview? I know I kind of interviewed Ken, the producer. We didn't hear much what he had to say, but it was pretty basic. All right, so I'm going to go to my other camera. I'll be back.
Lots and lots of people here, guys. I'm not sure if you guys can see everybody up here. Are you starting? Are you starting? Is it on? Is it on? No, nothing. No. I'll go get Dan. Mics are not working. What? Dan, mics are not working. He's coming. I think. I told him he was coming. Yeah, I don't know what to play with here, so. Thanks, Mima. So I'm pretty sure everything's going to start very shortly here. Everybody's pretty much here. The area's pretty filled up. We have people from across the province here. We have people from down south. We have people from Northern Ontario. Talk, leaving your stream up and taking. All right, Gav. Thank you. Yep, Chris is getting her done. Thanks for being home. Thanks, Trish. Appreciate it.
Hey, G Gab and Tommy. Shout out to the Tommy Temper Show, everybody.
Thanks, Tommy. Greatly appreciated. So we're having technical difficulties with the mics here. We were supposed to start, but now the mics are kind of dead. So let's see our guest tables here. We have the name of Salvatore Tignatelli, Sabo, Benjamin. He is
Benjamin
the director
Hab.
and producer. I don't want to screw up their names, that's why I'm not leaving. Byrne. He's a film ambassador. Dan Arcan, the moderator. Dr. Patrick Phillips. Oh, that's who we didn't interview yet. We have Dr. David. We have Josh Alexander, who we interviewed earlier, and Andrew. Vets in Freedom. So he's probably from Vets for Freedom. Here's a little table for panelists here. Oh, I was blocking the TV here. Here's the montage. Thanks, Trish. The room is getting pretty filled up here. All our tickets were, I believe it looks like it was all sold out. All our seats are filled up for the premiere in Ontario of Unacceptable. It is a documentary. Saba did say to get your Kleenex ready because it will be a tearjerker.
They shouldn't be charging for a freedom documentary, though. They should be going by donations.
Well, the thing is, it's because they. I know.
I know it costs a lot of money. I know it does.
Yeah.
You know I know. Look at what we do for a living.
That's why I didn't say it. That's why I just stayed quiet about it there.
But we run off donations. We don't force people to buy our content, right?
No, and to be honest, man, yeah. For the amount of money that, like I said, we spent on this, it's just getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
Be right back. Kitchen stuff. All right, Trish. That's okay. Oh, where's the kitchen stuff? I'm still hungry. Oh, man. There
What
goes
just
all the
happened?
Attention, everybody. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes, so if you could please find your seats.
Can't hear you anymore.
5 minutes start time. Please find your seats. Thank you.
I'm going to be right there.
Is it just on my end, or did Chris get quiet, guys?
Guys, I'm still here. Do you still hear me now? Coda.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just, hold on. I think it's my end. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm just gonna go see, guys, if they still have a sandwich here.
Okay, that's better.
Guys, do you have more sandwiches? I didn't really have a bite to eat. I was just live streaming and I'm like, all the food disappeared. I'm like, no. Yeah, okay,
Get
perfect.
them sandwiches.
Right. I was just gonna flip this around there. Thank you so much.
You're working hard, man. You're streaming.
Yeah. I'm just gonna grab a sandwich right out of the fridge and not even take it out. Oh yeah, sure, please. Yeah, please.
What would you like?
Anything with no cheese. Oh yeah, give me a roast beef. I'll take it off the cheese.
Okay.
Perfect. Please and thank you.
See, Chris, you gotta be like this. How you are with food. You just go and get food. You gotta do that with interviews. You just gotta go and get the interview.
Yeah, I know it's to get the interviews. It's easier to get the interviews like that, but again, I'll take that, please. But it's just because, like, again, people are alone in these little rooms, right? So it's easier for me to ask than asking people in a big group to interview them. Thank you, ladies.
And then there's stuff there.
Oh, thank you. Oh, veggies. Oh, veggies.
Holy dog hair, Chris.
Right? You guys
It's
can
gone
see that.
5 minutes. They stole my spot, but I got coffee, so it's okay. That is okay, Winmore. You got coffee out of it. Coffee and a smoke is a good thing.
You part of the green room there, Chris? Oh, you're media, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm just grabbing something to eat there because I realized I was like recording. I'm like, oh, there's food, and I'm like, oh, there's no more food. All right.
Anybody that comes in here, like media, Chris is media, and also to the speakers, if they want a sandwich or anything. Yeah, that's what we just
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you so
perfect.
much. Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
You guys, see, you guys got
They got
it.
this. They got this.
Not just looks, you know. I'm not doing dishes alone.
1, 2, 3, not it.
People that left and just came back, they can do that shit.
Exactly.
Like there's salads.
No, that's okay.
Like
No.
quinoa, tossed salad, potato salad, no.
No, I'm good.
What about veggie sticks? There's some there.
Nope. Thank you.
Oh.
No. Well, I got a couple of veggie things here. Yeah. Like I got broccoli. Thank you, though. You're very welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Curious. Right? I got the special treatment now, guys. I love it. Thanks to you guys for getting us to this point, right? If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be right here where we are at now.
Big love to all of you.
Toy deserves it. I need to plug in my phone already. Phone's already dying.
I think he means you deserve it, but.
You
And
deserve it.
basketball fan, hello and welcome. Also,
Hey,
I didn't
basketball.
say hello to Ruby, or who else did I miss here? I think I got everybody else. Oh, Hector, Dan Kiwi, Andre Morin, and a big shout out to the Tommy Temper Show.
Yes, thank you.
They have us up on a restream, so thank you, Tommy.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. To anybody that's restreaming us, I'm not sure if Lucy is also restreaming us, or if she's still on the on here with us. If the chat is live streaming us, thank you to everybody that's helping us Everything will start shortly here. I will go set up. Where's Coda? Coda's in BC, guys.
Yo, I'm right here, bro.
You're right there, man. Right there.
Peekaboo. How's it going, MTTM? How you doing, brother? It's been a while, eh? I watch all your videos
Is
on
that taken?
Instagram.
No, it's not taken?
It's for you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Even better.
Love you, Ruby. And everybody. Chris, are you going to stream the film? Do you have enough battery? Yeah, so I told Chris before, like I told Chris last night, I was like, dude, you better bring like all your battery packs. So he did.
Right? I already got one.
He's ready, guys. Don't worry. When's the movie start?
Soon.
Always, brother. Every time I see you post a new video, I'm always watching it, man. Sometimes I forget to like because Instagram isn't the same as everything else. I still don't really have it figured out, but hey, you know, it's just set up that when I post on something, it automatically goes to Instagram and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm not an Instagram guy, but I watch your stuff, brother. What's your IG handle? Coda B123.
Can't really see everybody.
Sounds good. Thanks, brother. Where are you guys? So I am in BC, British Columbia, and then Chris there.
I'm in
Actually, where are
Callander.
you, Chris?
I'm in Callander, Ontario. It's a
Callander, Ontario. So if you guys want a calendar, go to Callander. No, I'm just kidding.
If you guys are close to North Bay, Ontario, it's about 20 minutes south of North Bay at the community center in Callander. This is where we're at.
So yes, basketball fan, this is going to be a freedom documentary. Unacceptable views or whatever, and then so we're recording it now and stuff, and after it's all finished, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna screen record and do some edits and stuff, and I'm gonna repost the movie.
So happy to have everybody here today. Thank you so much for coming. We've got a great lineup of speakers and an amazing movie to watch after. My role here today is just to go over a few housekeeping rules with you, ensure the moderator for the panel discussion, and answer questions that you might have. So to start, just a few housekeeping rules. Snacks and refreshments are available in that corner. I do apologize for the mix-up with the snacks and refreshments, but popcorn, coffee, and juice are free. Water's $1, cookies and cheese balls are $1. If you pay for coffee and you'd like your money back, please go see them at the kitchen. Just know that all the proceeds are going to support this movement. Please see myself or one of the lovely ladies back there at the tickets to get a refund if you so desire. And again, all the profits are going to support this cause. Bathrooms are located just through those doors and to your right. If you're smoking, please step away from the doorway and make sure you put what's in the
Yo, I will. Sounds good.
And there's garbage cans located around the area. People that are wearing shirts like this and have a scarf, we are the volunteers, so if you have questions, concerns, comments, you want to challenge us about something, please just grab one of us. This event is presented by Scarlet Chapel, supported by the Northern Freedom Alliance and promoted by Chris Primo with Musketeer Media. A little bit about me. I am the chair of the Northern Freedom Alliance, was a Libertarian candidate in the last provincial election, and am the vice chair of the Ontario Libertarian Party. I'm a believer in freedom. I've been involved from the beginning of the movement with huge support from my better half, Patrick Dipang. And I spent most of the 3 weeks in Ottawa. I'm a grandmother, a mother, a business owner, and for some people I have...
Can everybody hear it okay?
his wife Diane. Dan is an entrepreneur, fellow businessman, political activist, a man of faith, a family man, and freedom advocate. He writes for Freedom Tour as well as Freedom and Other Unacceptable Views on Substack. Dan will be our moderator today for today's panel discussion. Please put your hands together. Help me welcome Dan up and enjoy the show.
Thank you, Michelle. The pleasure is all mine. I have to say that when I was first asked to moderate the panel today, I was incredibly humbled. I feel like excluding myself, there's more courage up here on the stage than the entire Parliament in Ottawa. So I feel like I'm standing among giants, and I'm incredibly grateful to have this opportunity. Not only for the people on the stage, but the people in this room who have together changed the course of Canadian history. There's a story with everybody here, panelists, and I've had the pleasure to get to know them over the course of the last year. And this is a story that we're grateful for the citizen journalists in Canada to have spent the time to record. We saw a lot of shifts in Canada. One of the greatest was in the media, where the baton was passed back to the people, and the story was told in the truest fashion that it possibly could be, on the ground, from person to person. The film that we're going to watch today is part of that story. It's panelists that are here on the stage today have taken part in that story. Many people in the audience have been to Ottawa, and it's this story that we hope to bring to the rest of Canada. One person at a time, one heart at a time, one mind at a time, as we share the sacrifices that have been made that inspired us to go to Ottawa and to come back to our community and share the values, the things that we picked up, the hope and a new direction for our country. So, without further ado, I want to introduce my good friend, Sam, who one day called me up after Ottawa, when I think a lot of people were feeling very dejected. We went through a lot of ups and downs over the course of a few weeks, and I picked up the phone one day. I went to school with Sam, but we didn't get to know each other over the course of Ottawa or even much before then. And I remember he said to me, he's like, "Are you Dan Arcand, the freedom fighter?" I never thought about myself that way, but I'm like, yeah. And over the course of the next year, we've spent a tremendous amount of time together, doing our best to come to people's communities and bring the powerful message to everybody that we know, to our friends and to our family, and to spread the love, joy, and the hope that we found together, and especially the courage. So thank you very much. Sam is going to lead us in a prayer, and he's going to say a couple words.
We are.
Let's go ahead and prayer. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for waking up this nation. We are desperate, Father. We are desperate for reality. We are desperate for truth. We are desperate for purpose. We are desperate for answers. Lord, Creator has created us with purpose. Lord, this nation is in trouble, led by a depraved government, corrupt government. And we pray for the people of this nation that we need hope. And our only hope is in you. Our only hope is in truth. And you've given us your Son to show us to live the perfect life and to pay for our sins. Lord, we pray that we understand this nation doesn't need a revolution, but needs a revival. It needs you to form us again, to wake us up, to bring us to a place that's on our knees, where we understand that there is an exclusive God that has the perfect way, has a perfect life, and that we need you. So Lord, we think of the Great Awakening that happened before the Constitution of the United States was written, when great men women are part of that revival, and we need something like that in this country. Reformation, great awakening, people to be called by you, instructed by you, bring this nation home through you. So, have your way, Lord. Thank you for this amazing event, how fast it's happening, all the work going together, putting it together, and all these great people that are here, these courageous people that are here, that are looking to be added with truth. So, we give thanks for this day and have your way in Jesus' name. Amen. I'd also like to thank Justin Trudeau right now from the bottom of my heart. What he meant for evil, God meant for good. That's right. And had he not done what he done, I would not have met the people that I met, built the relationship that I built, be able to prepare for what's to come without these great people. So I think Justin Trudeau really got schooled by people in this movement, people in this nation, of what true leadership is. You don't need to have a title, a badge, a piece of paper, or be elected to be a great leader. And I'm really proud of all these people that are here, that this is true leadership, where you're not, you're not elected or put in power, but the power of your actions, the power of your words. It's an honor. It's an honor to be considered unacceptable, to be considered a fringe, and it's definitely want to be considered acceptable in the eyes of this destructive nation. So proud to be unacceptable in this group of people. So we started a church plant a couple months ago. We're extremely inspired by. Has anyone heard of the Church at War Conference? Pastor Rayo, Pastor Coates, Pastor Eric Rock. I've heard of it. You heard of it? I got to share the weekend with that good-looking gentleman over there at that conference, and a lot of them at that conference, their churches, they refused to close their churches down. I know Trinity Church experienced $60 million in fines. All their elders did 5 years in jail, $500,000 in fines, and they just said, "You guys do what you got to do, and we got to do what we got to do." So we're really inspired by that, and this church plant, we're sound doctrine is going to be put first. Trinitarian Church, with Reformed doctrine, and we refuse to get in bed with the government. We're not going to close down. There's only one king. There's one creator. There's one savior. There's one redeemer. There's one king. And we don't have another person, the Lord Jesus Christ. So family is very important. Divine order is very important. And we're not going to let the government set the standards and play. So we're like to use all the time. Cosmic treason. Yeah. There is a creator, it's not the government. There's a king, it's not the government. So we meet at 444 Surrey on Sundays. We're going to be developing small groups. And we have a course that's been put together called the Fall of Man and Hope for Mankind, which is the gospel broken up into 4 parts. And I'd love to have you out. And we're going to be really taking serious evangelism, discipleship, prayer-centered counseling, and building warriors of truth to stand up and to be able to represent the Lord Jesus Christ. So I'd love to have you out. Any questions? Talk to any of us. We have a website that's under construction under StartmanChapel.com. Okay. Thanks for being here. Just so excited to see this documentary. So excited to see what's going to happen tonight, all these great speakers. And
it's Chris. I'll keep it going as long as I can.
This happened like in what, 2.5 weeks? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And everyone came out, and just the kitchen staff, everybody, everyone that has anything to do with it, you know who you are. and that made this possible. So let's have a blast for it.
If we can all stand for a Callander.
Yeah.
So the best place I think for me to get started is just to introduce the panelists. They have so much credentials between them that I'm going to have to read their bios. So first I want to introduce, over to my left, Drew McGilvery. Drew is a 12-year veteran of the Canadian military. He's best known as the co-founder of Veterans for Freedom. If anybody who hasn't heard yet, let's hear it for Veterans for Freedom. If you haven't heard about it, I encourage you to find it online. It's an NGO. It has done extensive work across the country in the last year, supporting events just like these, and then also supporting James Topp as he traveled the country coast to coast and back again to Ottawa to advocate for Canadians. Right now they're involved in a lot of different efforts, but mostly it's about educating Canadians on a host of different topics, including dealing with the challenges that we face in an increasingly hostile world that includes the media, so how we understand the media, how we detect the signal from the noise, some of the other challenges that we know that we've already experienced in the last couple of years and that maybe we might be experiencing very shortly in terms of some of the things that have disrupted our food supply, looking at things like food security, building up community and a reliance on each other. So I guess I'd like to say probably, can you just say where people can find you to follow you or to sign up?
So we have our webpage, it's veterans4freedom.ca. We had another site which you'll see some of us wearing on our patches, which was v4f.ca. That was, I think, nuked about 2 weeks ago. We finally recovered it. We're going to be launching the site on there. We have about over 3,000 members across the country. We're growing pretty rapidly, and we're establishing chapters mostly in rural communities because not all of us in the cities. And we're going to focus on community building, food security, and trying to protect all Canadians. But you can follow all of our social media. We put out a daily intelligence summary as well. And we focus on matters that actually are concerning to Canadians. So, thank you.
Between the panelists here, I can't imagine how many international impressions they've all had, but to add to the growing list of impressions and views, we have Josh Alexander in the house. Some people may have seen him last week. Some people might have seen him last night on Tucker Carlson, where you got a chance to tell his story to untold, millions of people. At 16 years old, he's led the country in a countrywide student walkout from high school. In protest of the mask mandates pretty early on during the lockdowns. He started a youth advocacy group that supports freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, and religious liberties. He's got a very simple and resonant message, which is preserving liberties in Canada. It's an honor to have you, and I just have to say that you put the men to shame. If every young person your age was able to find the courage to do what you've done, I've got a lot of hope for our country. I also want to thank his organization. You can find more information at SaveCanada.army, where he's encouraging young people to join, to get educated, and to find a way to serve their community. I was on it recently, and I think you're up to 1.6 million downloads for your app. Is that what it is? So spread the message to the young people. Thank you very much. And then next to him, we've got David Speaker, and he's a molecular virologist, clinical epidemiologist, and he's built a career with detection and surveillance of infectious disease. He's worked with the research team who first isolated the SARS-CoV-2 virus in Canada at McMaster University, who actually isolated and sequenced the genome for the virus. He's a member of the Canadian COVID Care Alliance. The Canadian COVID Care Alliance, for anybody who hasn't heard about them, it's a scientific and medical advisory committee, so it's a brain trust of incredible wealth and information that serves the medical community and the scientific community, as well as Canadians, just everybody. So I encourage you to go to their website to find out. So if you want to get to the heart of the truth and the science, and there's a tremendous amount of resources for everybody to find there. He's had, he's been out there, he's put his name out there, he's done his best to share the truth and to bring the truth from the scientific perspective, educating Canadians. He's been incredibly courageous, and he's suffered the slings and arrows for it. But because of that, because of the courage that he's shown, he's helped so many Canadians understand what is otherwise can be just a blockade of disinformation, to get to the truth, to better prepare ourselves so that we can work within our communities and protect each other and help each other. And I'm just so grateful for the work that you've done. Some of you may have heard of the National Citizens Inquiry, which Preston Manning has put together, but it's just a whole host of Canadians that are coming together that are working to further understand our response to COVID-19, to better prepare ourselves to fix the problems that we all experience, that we all have suffered from. And David is going to be an expert witness with the with the National Citizens Inquiry. So please stay tuned. It's going to be all over the news. If you haven't read it already, you can find them online. And over here to my left, we have Dr. Patrick Phillips. You may not need an introduction, but for anybody who hasn't heard of him, Dr. Patrick Phillips is a family physician and an emergency room doctor serving Northern Ontario. He's hailing from Englehart. He was one of the earliest voices in Canada and around the world who spoke the truth about COVID-19, including offering early treatment to his patients when it was not an option, and then even after it was an option and it was frowned upon, and you took a tremendous amount of heat for looking after your patients. For the work that he's done sharing the truth, honoring his oath. He's suffered, like many people on this panel, incredibly. He had his medical license suspended by the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario. It's been a battle. You can find out more about it. He's got a very active Twitter where he's going to give you the blow by blow. And this isn't just his battle. This is all of our battles. So I encourage everybody to join him on Twitter and support him and get yourself educated to understand what's at stake. He's a defender of ethics, the sanctity of the patient-doctor relationship, and the liberty of the individual where it comes to medical freedom. So please, let's give a hand to... Here we've got one of the superstars of today's film. We've got Vern Bucket. Did I pronounce that correctly? Vern is a trucker from British Columbia. He worked in the oil fields during the lockdowns. And he was, like so many other people, he was called to Ottawa for the Freedom Convoy. He's featured extensively in today's film and throughout the voyage to Ottawa. He's an ambassador, and he's traveling right now across Canada, along with Ben, to bring the story of the Trucker Freedom Convoy, the true story, to Canadians. Please, let's hear it. So, and we've got our producer and director of the film in the house tonight. This is Ben Cobb. He's the award-winning film producer for Eagle Vision Productions, who is responsible for the film that we're going to be watching this evening. So please, let's hear it for Ben. He was called to Ottawa, where he decided to put his skills to good use and give Canadians the true story of the Trucker Freedom Convoy. After the convoy was over, he decided that together with his wife, they would travel Canada, crisscrossing thousands of miles to hear everybody's individual story and get to the truth of the Trucker Freedom Convoy. Right now, his film, Unacceptable, is being screened all across Canada, and let me tell you, it looks like this crowd tonight, it's sold out everywhere. So let's hear it for that. Do we need an introduction for Sabo? His reputation precedes him. Sabo shot to prominence as the face of the truckers when you couldn't get him off international news. He was on Fox News. He was featured on Tucker Carlson, where he spoke the truth in a riveting, plain language that resonated around the world and that the world needed to hear. He was the right man at the right time. His message representing the face of the convoy was seen by tens of millions of people, but it was immortalized when, there's no other way to put it, when he got the heck kicked out of him at one of the saddest days of the Freedom Trucker Convoy protest in the finale, where he represented Canadians in the best way possible with peace and dignity and surrendering himself, knowing that he was standing his ground for all of us. And finally, I want to say a word again about Sam. So there's just so much I can say, but in reference to here, he plays a role in the film. He plays a role in the story of Ottawa. He certainly plays a role in my life and in my involvement in the movement, because there's no better way to describe it than a movement. He's the co-founder of the media group Live from the Shed, which I think everybody here is familiar with. They skyrocketed to notoriety, where they did the most amazing thing and leapfrogged the mainstream media to get the real true story out on the ground at the feet of Parliament. Like, what a story! To build a two-story live broadcast international studio. It was a watchtower. So that's, I really hope to get into that. It's such a beautiful story all by itself. And he's also the co-founder of Freedom Tour, which is one of the projects that we've been working on over the course of the summer, as well as the co-founder of Escarpment Chapel here in North Bay, which is a fellowship dedicated to sharing the truth and saving lives. So let's have it for Sam. So, and I just got to say, and I can't even remember if I said it earlier, but I'm so grateful for the crowd here tonight, and I'm so grateful for the community here in North Bay. It was one of the most incredible moments of my life and my family's life when thousands of us came out and met on the shoulder of the of the highway on January 28th of last year, where we were coming out of some of the darkest days in Canadian history, where we were sharing that suffering with people across the world. And one thing that keeps unfolding and keeps touching me every day is that the joy that the Trucker Freedom Convoy brought to us, it brought to the world. And when we met on the side of the shoulder on a -30 day on January 28th of last year here in North Bay, and almost 10,000 people showed up to welcome the truckers as they came through. We cut through so much gaslighting, so much isolation, so much misery. And the first thing we found when we found each other was hope. And that's what the Trucker Freedom Convoy brought to Canada. First and foremost, it brought us hope. And not only here in North Bay, and not only in Canada, but people around the world were tuned in to Tucker Carlson and to a few mainstream stations, to Dark Horse podcast, the podcast that has been courageously reporting from Washington in the United States, from some courageous media reporters, but mostly from the citizen journalists who were brave enough to record the truth and broadcast it. And the world was ready for it, and we did it. And we did it. So, thank you for So to get started, everybody's really excited to hear the stories of some of the amazing panelists we have. So I just want to start our conversation off with what Canada meant. And we're going to start just going around the panel, and then it's a conversation. So feel free to jump in at any time. So Drew, we first met in one of the first events we had after Ottawa was in Welland, and you guys did an amazing job. You ran security for the event. And you helped us out. You brought a brain trust with Veterans for Freedom. So that was my first encounter. Then we met again with the James Top event, bringing that across Canada. So, but the most touching thing for me early on in the convoy was seeing people in uniform, right? And that started with the police officers, right? It started with the police officers who were, again, courageous enough to step forward, pass the message of truth and hope, supporting the truckers, supporting Canadians for standing up. That was very important. That resonated with us because I know, and I'm not alone when I say this, people were like, where are our men and women in uniform, right? So can you tell us a little bit about how you got involved with the convoy?
Okay, I was at home watching Viva Fry, glued to my screen watching
Viva Fry!
And then what happened is I got a call from my friend Tom Morazzo, and he said, look, we need some more veteran help down here. Can you make it down? So I said, yeah. Found some people to take care of my farm, and I headed down. And I think all in all, there was a couple hundred veterans there supporting the truckers. And, we didn't do too much. There was some of us in some key positions, some liaison and operational positions. But I think symbolically, that there was so many hundreds of veterans there was the biggest thing. Because the reason I went there is because what I had witnessed was, in my personal opinion, was gross government overreach and the violation of Canadian citizens' rights and freedoms. So that's why I went down to support in whatever way I could. And there's a couple guys here, my brother Daryl here, he was there as well, supporting the truckers. And we thought it was important for us to be there to support them. And also just to bring some sort of understanding about what was going to happen out there. And I remember speaking to the block captains when they enabled the Emergencies Act, and I said, look, everyone has a different sort of violent tolerance level, and if you're going to leave because you don't want to partake in them hurting you, completely understand. But I told them there, I said, it's going to be short-term pain for long-term gain. I said, you don't have bombs dropped on you, you're not taking incoming enemy fire, it most likely won't kill you, but when they do come, you're going to expose them for the authoritarian governments and institutions that they are, and we're going to take some short-term pain. And that's what happened. And so there was some beatings and some tear gas and some pepper spray. But what we did by holding the line there was exposing them to how far they're willing to go and how many people did that wake up when they beat the Canadian citizens. So I know it was mentioned earlier that people, when they went back, they're sort of deflated. Oh, we lost. No, it was a huge victory. It was a shot across the jaw, the globalists and the political elites, and it woke so many people up. So don't look at the trucker convoy as a failure. In my personal opinion, it was a massive success. It strengthened everyone's resolve, and you've seen all these different groups stepping forward and stepping up and saying, this isn't okay that our government's doing that to us, and we've got a fight on our hands, but liberty and freedom is worth the fight.
I got one more question for you. It's something that I've heard a lot about, and a lot of people have talked about it. One of the most amazing parts of the convoy was the logistics. The logistics that managed to feed tens of thousands of people, organize instantaneously on the street, take the level of organization in the streets of Ottawa to a level you probably hadn't seen in a long time. Everybody was raving about how much, if you were there, the streets were cleaner, the homeless were taken care of, everybody was fed. But there was a lot of things that went on behind the scenes to make that happen. Logistics. Can you tell me a little bit about how that happened?
Yeah, I can. So when I got there, it was just a mess, right? There was all sorts of people, fighting. There was confusion. There was egos. Everyone was fighting. Go, if I have a social media account, I need to do a live and that sort of nonsense. And a bunch of the vets when we came there, where we got everyone to understand was like mission focus. Okay, like you can have the biggest airing of grievances after the convoy's over, but you can't fight amongst each other and worry about that sort of thing while we're conducting, operations. So there's, these people out there, they're writing books and this sort of thing. From my own personal perspective, and I was, I won't say what position I was in, but I had a fairly good understanding of what was going on through the entire time there, is when the bureaucracy and money got involved and everything blew up, and that balloon started to get bigger and bigger and bigger, I would tell the people on the ground there, I said, look, as soon as the vultures and the money and lawyers and this and that, it's going to balloon up. I said, what we need to do is we need to fortify the base so that when that bureaucracy blows up, the base, which are HVUs or high value units, are the truckers, we need to be able to protect them. So the big contributors to the logistics of it were the guys who were running Coventry. They never get enough credit. There was lots of guys and gals over there working and supplying the truckers with fuel, food, and finance. But a lot of people like to take credit for, saying, oh, this is what happened, or because I did this. There was just a couple people managing fuel and that sort of thing. But all that money that was made in the Give, Send, Go and the GoFundMe, they never needed any of that money for that, for the convoy to continue on, because you had people coming in and giving donations and food and fuel. I think the guys at Coventry had about $30,000 worth of credit for fuel to fill the slip truck. point though is that if it wasn't for the complete ingenuity and creativeness of the Canadian citizens and the protesters on the ground to do the fuel runs, you know, the lady who snuck in, you know, 500 Polish sausages in her baby stroller, if it wasn't for them, the convoy wouldn't have lasted as long as it did. So it was completely decentralized and grassroots, and there was all sorts of people who contributed to make it a success. And logistics was not controlled really centrally, other than the guys at Coventry and Attendee.
Thank you. So a lot of people, you know, have been following your story as of late. You're like front page news, and I think all of us are very interested in what it was that got you started. What was the thing that first either called you to Ottawa or got you to stand up for your community?
Well, yeah, so as a young person in the education system, when I saw this all starting, I was actually in elementary school. I was finishing up elementary school. I missed my graduation, but from day one, when I already was skeptical of my teachers, but just because of the agenda they push, regardless of the whole pandemic and all that. So when I heard this coming up, I doubted it immediately. And then it didn't take long for the government to start pushing their narrative, and the takeover of the restrictions of our freedoms were becoming much more apparent. So I actually started organizing protests on Parliament Hill anonymously, because I knew the organizers were being arrested, and I was, I guess, grade 8 or grade 9 at that point. I didn't want to get arrested at that point. And so I did it anonymously, and I actually remember Ottawa police putting out tweets looking for the organizer, and little do they know it was a 14-year-old kid. Yeah, just being in the education system, I guess what inspired me to do the more public aspect with the walkouts against the restrictions was looking at the effect these restrictions had on my peers. The suicide rates weren't just a stat you saw on Google. Like you could see it, you could see the morale amongst my peers, and it was terrible. I'd never seen students that deprived of a natural upbringing. So I felt I needed to do something, and it was hitting close to home, so that's what I did, and hopefully it inspired enough students to stand up. We started with one school and then spread it abroad to the province, and then it ended up going across the country. And we just kept doing it, the cops kept getting called, and I kept getting suspended, but it was worth it.
I think so many of us, you know, feel when the pandemic first started, it was incredibly hard for anybody to wrap their minds around it, right? There was so many things going on. It was an enigma on a political level, and it was also an enigma on a scientific level, right? There's probably more people who understand or have even a cursory understanding about viruses now than ever before, right? So there was an immediate interest that here we faced a threat together. Everybody was digging in. We had a tremendous amount of time on our hands to do some research, right? But it felt really good when we realized that a lot of the information that was coming at us was contradictory, right? It wasn't adding up, it wasn't making a lot of sense. And so people were desperate for the truth, they're desperate for real information. And when, you know, scientists of your caliber would stand up and just say the common sense thing that is probably on a lot of people's minds anyway, but when it came from somebody from the scientific community, it put a lot of us at ease, right? It made us realize that, you know, on one level, we weren't crazy, right? The things, you know, using the scientific method and logic and putting things together was our best option. What was it like to be on the, you know, in the first group as COVID was opening up around the world? We were trying to wrap our heads around it, and you were with some of the brightest minds in Canada, trying to pass that information along to the medical community.
Well,
I've worked on viruses since 2005. Master's, PhD. I've worked in Australia, Africa, India. And when this first showed up, I'm like, it's coming, there's filling off those in China, and then Iran, and then Italy, and I'm like, if this here comes here, do we have a plan? What are we doing? And most of the scientists were like, it's no big deal, it's COVID, it's overseas. As soon as our government said it's over in China, it's 8 hours away, the risk figure is low. I'm like, we're in trouble because they have no idea what they're doing. And they don't have a plan. And my team has since looked at the pandemic plans in place since SARS in 2003. And all of those were thrown out the window. It's like our virus textbooks, our immunology textbooks have been thrown out. And I said, too, if this is so bad, our borders need to be shut. And then I was called a racist and homophobe. And then it showed up, and I'm like, where is it? It's like it's been 18 months. We're not seeing many sick and dead folk. We're seeing some. If you shove a novel virus into a virgin population, you'll see elderly people knock off, and the death rate in total is less than 1%. Then my wife was sick in the first 2 months, and she recovered in a week. What affected me was when I worked at Mac, I tried to help about it, was on the team. As soon as they learned I was a right-wing conservative churchgoer, I was sidelined, and I was called into my boss's Zoom room with him and me. Like, we have to talk because you've said something. So I show up, my boss is there, the head of the department is there, and Dave Chart is there. And I asked 10 times in that meeting, what have I done wrong? I was told to find out next week. Find out next week.
A lot of weeks went by.
Next week was 10 weeks of silence. And it found out I worked with public health to set up a seat with something and agnostic way. And as soon as I was making headway there, I was too much of a threat, and so I was. It's just insane.
Yeah, it is insane. And one of the things that really struck me about your story is that not only were you in the right place at the right time, your scientific research focuses on PCR testing.
Exactly.
That's your specialty. You focused on coronavirus, so before SARS. It it was a coronavirus. So a molecular virologist. You couldn't have been in a better position to give your time and give your brain trust to the team to help us all figure it out.
Yep. And then I joined a lab. The was in Sabo. One. And what was weird is that we all did a negative COVID test to fly, to go somewhere. And these are all done on asymptomatic folk. I love a PCR test, if it is done right, to validate why someone is sick. And that's it. Why are we testing a whole pile of asymptomatic people? And what was worse is that we had a lot of new unlicensed labs set up charging $180 a test without a license, that they weren't even doing things right. And two, in my lab, I went in and I saw their workflow and things weren't even well. They were sealing the PCR plates beside the PCR machine, which means for the general audience, it is, if you open up a PCR machine, all of your aerosols, you will contaminate the plates. And I'm like, this is a high risk of the high risk. It should not be done. And then, as I rocked the boat, they fired me because all they want is money. And that's all. And then I another lab which worked for Life Labs, that they were doing things right, doing 10 to 15,000 tests a week, like making millions. And because I took my son, who was 8, to watch on my day off the convoy going through Hamilton, the next day I was fired. Whoa. And then the government pulled back the next week or two PCR testing, and the company went belly up. So be it. I'm sick of fake, bad science. A good test used in the wrong purpose to say we are all sick. If we want to look here in this room for a virus we all have, Epstein-Barr virus, which is a herpes, or HPV, 90% of us here have it. Are we sick? No. And so asymptomatic transmission is low. It's very, very rare. And so there's no point. And then the whole rapid antigen tests, which we all needed for work. Cutoff of those 100,000 viral copies. Symptoms develop before those even turn positive. Our federal lab said these here should not be used in asymptomatic people, and yet we use them anyway. $16 a that's paid for by our government, which is by us, which is a complete waste. And therefore, I'm sick of this BS. There is good science. There are good vaccines out there. We do not have one yet for COVID, and these ones should never have been used. So, we need to be sensible. We need to be using good empirical, data-driven science, and don't roll out things unless we know they work.
Seems like everybody's making the news these days. I'm hearing a lot about your case. I'm following it, pretty closely. There's a lot of developments that happened this week, but for anybody that doesn't know, you've been in battle. You're facing a revocation of your license. Can you tell us a little bit? Can you give us a bit of an update on what's going on? And also, we had a wonderful chat the other night. I really appreciated it, and it was very, very moving. Just tell me about that initial stage of what it was that got you up to say the right thing in public. It's one thing to have having the right conversations with your patients. It's another thing to take that public stance. And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, Tris.
Yeah.
It was.
So
follow the money.
Yeah, in the beginning of 2020, I watched CBC. I was an avid CBC.
Hey, Michael, bro.
What we now know was a lot of propaganda, right, about the people dropping dead in China. That doesn't happen in COVID. But I was getting scared just as much as most people were. So I'm not somebody caught on early. And working in Northern Ontario, I was working between Engelhart and Nippigan while I was living in Toronto in the beginning. So I was doing locum work. To be honest,
Philip.
in my working life, I saw very little. So we didn't have much COVID then, so it was kind of a nice break. Honestly, we got paid bang to do nothing, And I felt like I could joke about it at the time, but I could tell you for sure what I started to see going into the summer and fall of 2020, that I saw some really devastating consequences to that lockdown, of that fear that came into the population. Because that devastated people's mental health and their physical health as well. We switched the whole medical system to just telephone care, which anybody can tell you is just guesswork. That's not healthcare. So I started to see some of those consequences. So one example is a lady who was treated for back pain over the phone for like 9 months, hadn't seen a doctor that whole time, to the point she was put on opioids, right, for that back pain. And so, but I was working in Emerge, so by the time I saw her, the pain was so bad she had to come in by ambulance. And I saw what she called back pain was a giant tumor in her back, right? It was like, I put an ultrasound on her, it was all metastatic cancer. And like, that's something that could have just been at least caught so much earlier, right? Like, well, why are we depending on patients to diagnose themselves, right? So I saw that. Another example is another man who was, in his case, he was too afraid to come in, right? Because they were propagating all that fear. And he had belly pain for 3 or 4 months. By the time I saw him, it was metastatic pancreatic cancer. By the time he came into Emerge, right? The belly was full of fluid. So I was seeing that time and again. And also what I was really disturbed by was, as Josh was saying, right, the mental health of young people, kids and high schoolers. I was seeing suicidal children, like as young as 8, brought in by their family. And that's so rare. That's not normal at all. So I was kind of got a bit of a story on these kids, right? Because I'm wondering what's causing all of this. And I think it was very clear that parents were following the public health orders, right? So the schools were shut down, the communities were kind of locked up. And these parents were not the rule breakers, the ones who would kind of let their kids play with other kids closer. Yeah, they weren't letting their kids play with other kids, so these kids were just locked up at home with no friends, no social life, and that was, in my opinion, the main driver of a lot of these this suicidality in children. There's other parts to it, but kids need other kids, they need friends, they need play, they need activities and things like that. So, on the background of that, the Ontario Medical Association and the Ontario Hospital Association was putting up advertisements on social media, on the radio, on TV, saying Ontario's doctors are calling for harsher lockdowns to stop the spread of COVID. And I'm like, you did not ask me that once, and hell no, I am not recommending that, because it just started to build on my conscience. I'm seeing our communities being destroyed, the mental health of our children, and the physical health of our communities being destroyed by these lockdowns, and nobody's saying a peep. And so it was at that point that it just started to build on me that I knew I needed to say something. I can't be that person who kind of just stands by silently when I'm seeing this massive harm to patients. So that was what really kind of propelled me forward. I kind of hopped on my Twitter account, started booking interviews. I was scared to death. If you ever want to see my first one, I think it was with Bright Light News. Came out in January of 2021. I was scared to death. I think I was shaking most of the time because I'm like, oh no, they're going to come after me. And they did. My story can go on for hours, but I'll give you kind of a little update, I guess. Yeah, so they eventually they came after me for a number of things, mainly freedom of speech issues to start with. They charged me with professional misconduct for reporting adverse events, including strokes, neurological symptoms, heart problems after the COVID vaccine. They rejected all of my reports and reported me to the college for even reporting them. And the college did not, I find that insane, but they've charged me with professional misconduct for every adverse event report that I put in. So, they charged me for providing early treatment to patients like COVID, for COVID with ivermectin, fluvoxamine, and torvastatin, which are all effective medications, and for providing vaccine exemptions to patients who are being coerced. They restricted my license in September of 2021, and basically banned me from doing all of those things, but they didn't take my license at that point. I did lose my job at the hospital, so I was kind of unemployed for a little while, but I'm like, okay, I have a license, let's try to put it to some use. So I did open up a medical clinic, so family practice, which was mostly filled with people who were unvaccinated, vaccine injured. Doctors in my area who were refusing to see patients who were unvaccinated. And so I felt kind of compelled that I needed to do something to offer care to people who were getting rejected from the system. So I did that, but I ran into snafus, and one of them was that the College of Physicians put out an order that they were reserving the right to seize the entire patient charts of any one of my patients on demand. So I went along for a while because I didn't actually run into that. They just wanted to know the names of my patients that I saw, but didn't ask for their files. As soon as they asked for the files, they asked for 17 patient files. There were no complaints, nothing. They just wanted those files. And so I talked to those patients, and they're like, hell no. You're not giving my medical files to the College of Physicians. Like, I would never. They have no respect for your So anyway, I made the decision that I'm not going to do it. So I told them, look, this is a complete violation of my patient's Section 8 Charter rights, that every Canadian is to be free from unreasonable search or seizure. And that is our constitutional right of all of us to protect us from government overreach. And so I said no, and if you give me a legal opinion or anything that does not violate their charter rights, then I'll hand them over. Well, I wouldn't say I'd hand them over, but I said if they give permission, or you give me a warrant from a judge, I'll hand over the files. But I'm not going to just hand over my files and violate their rights without their consent. So they took at that point they suspended me. So they give an interim suspension. They do plan to revoke my license. I've kind of banded together with some other doctors, Mark Trosey and Chris Alleged, who've also lost their licenses, and we put together a motion to dismiss, basically because they don't have any laws. They don't have any, like, it's basically like there's no law saying you can't prescribe ivermectin, we can't give exemptions, there's no regulation, there's no law. And amazingly, in that motion to dismiss, where we got a ruling in January, they admitted, the college fully admitted, and it was in the ruling, these restrictions on exemptions, on ivermectin, on free speech, on speaking out against public health orders are a suggestion only and have no force of law. So we're like, wow, okay, this is great. But they said, we're still coming after you. So we kind of brought another motion when it just happened yesterday, because they're like, this doesn't make sense. Okay, you're admitting that none of these have any force or effect. And basically what their argument is that it doesn't matter that these have no force or effect because we can charge you with professional misconduct for anything we consider to be unprofessional, period. So the effect is that they have unlimited power to charge you with unprofessionalism. So even though those tweets have no force or effect, they can just give force or effect to whatever they want by saying you were unprofessional by not following. So it's so contradictory. There's no rule of law at all in these organizations. The judge is actually part of the same organization that is prosecuting me. So it's like it's a kangaroo court. They're gonna like. I honestly think
yes, I do.
I feel my life is kind of moving in a different direction, but. Yeah, that's kind of what's happening. There may be a trial in June if this motion to dismiss or to suppress evidence is not successful. So, but we'll see. I'm feeling more and more that my life is not going to be in the medical profession. More and more, to be honest, I less and less I'm even believing in it. My eyes have been kind of ripped open. One of them, honestly, is vaccines. I got every vaccine there was prior to all of this, and I gave out some vaccines. Many of those I very much now regret because patients do not get informed consent around them. If I did get my license ever back again, I would not give another vaccine to another baby. What they've done with these COVID vaccines, they've been doing for a very long time with the other ones. The COVID vaccines are far worse, but so many kids have been vaccine injured. There's a study put out by Paul Thomas, he's a pediatrician, who also lost his license in Oregon. The rates of ADHD, autism, allergies, so many chronic diseases, almost all of them, like the rate of ADHD is like 99% lower in unvaccinated kids. Yeah, autism as well, and actually I was so surprised by this. You know how kids get sick all the time when they go to daycare, all of that? That doesn't happen in unvaccinated kids. Like these yearly infections and all of that that spread around daycare and all of that, it doesn't happen nearly as much. It's like 80% lower in unvaccinated kids. So all these things that we think kids get sick like all that, that's caused by a lot of it by vaccines. So that's just one example of many of the things that are now starting to come to light in my mind and in many So there's the corruption in the medical system has been going on for a long time. It's just coming to light. So I don't think I can participate in a lot of that. There's a lot of good in the medical system, but a lot of corruption and a lot of harm. So.
Number one is that everybody here has, and you are fighting the good fight. This is not your fight. This is everybody's fight. You're just fighting it for us. So thank you very much. I think we all experienced it, but you can't undercount how much public support means. It's the people on this panel that have stood out above the crowd and stuck their head up and made themselves vulnerable. That has given us the courage to do the same, and once everybody stands up, then that's our power. Then that's when things start to change. So thank you for that. But I also want to say that please, everybody follow him on Twitter so you can, get the blow-by-blow for the next few weeks. There's a lot of things that are going on, so if you want to educate yourself more. And nobody here has said this to me, but I have to say that I don't think there's any better place that we can put our money than supporting the people that are fighting the good fight on our behalf for so long. I seen it, you didn't tell me to say that. I just wanted to say that this is our fight. So please, if you can, join everybody online and find them if there is legal defense funds. This is our fight. So thank you very much. So I just wanted to, since you're featured in the documentary, this is everybody's story. This is the story of Canadians, the story of truckers, but this is your story. I'd like you to just tell us a little bit about how you first came to meet Ben, but also what was it that got you involved in Convoy?
I've actually haven't known this gentleman for very long.
Jesse?
Interesting part of this is, I've never thought about that, but people are asking us, oh, how long you and Ben been friends? We're from the same hometown, up in northeastern British Columbia. Who even knows where Fort St. John is? A long ways away. I knew some of Ben's family. Our kids were in the same school. I actually hadn't met the guy till we met Ottawa face to face, so that's something I'll say. But just, I'm such an average Canadian. I really am. And I'm sitting up here among giants. And I have so much respect for especially doctors who are speaking out because we've been so let down. So much respect for veterans. They were such an encouragement when we were in Ottawa. Just to see these men with their medals on their chest standing there with us was just a boost. I had the pleasure of meeting Josh a day or two ago, and it gives me so much hope for our country. This is a 16-year-old guy who speaks like I don't know. It's hard to believe he's 16 when he talks. It's such an encouragement. But I think I'm so average. I'm so, I work up in the oil field up in Fort St. John. We were touched by mandates. We were affected by them. We had places we couldn't go. But yet we were sheltered a little bit. We had it pretty good. My job, in a lot of ways, got easier. There were some offices you couldn't go into, so you check in remotely when you're, signing into a plant site or whatever. In a lot of ways, my job became more streamlined. Never missed a beat for work. And yet, the same reason that my family will look at me sideways when an emotional moment comes on in a movie, I have a strong sense of empathy and started to see how it's affected people like Java, these men and women that had to cross the border. All these people that were getting affected on a daily basis by the crap that was going on. And starting to see how it was affecting everybody around us. My, at the time, 10-year-old son, sensitive kid, and just like the doctors mentioned, like these young kids that are in the prime of their life and should be enjoying every day going to school. And they can't even see smiles. You know, just our country got ripped apart. I'm an emotional guy, you can see that. I apologize. Sissy is what it is. I think there's a medical reason for it. But so we worked night shift, and I worked with a friend of mine who would right to the 11th hour was going to come with me to Ottawa. Couldn't come because whatever, there were reasons he couldn't come. We keep each other awake at night, and what have we been talking about for the last 3 years? When you get together, you don't have the luxury of normal conversations because it was so all-consuming, and we're always talking about mandates and COVID this and COVID that, and I'm getting so tired of talking about this, wondering when is this going to change. And so when my buddy first texted me a poster of the convoy and said, "Are we going to Ottawa?" I'm like, "Yeah, we are." It's just, it was something I could do. You know, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse, I'm an average Canadian, just a working Canadian, but I know how to drive a truck. I can drive it right across the country. When my 10-year-old first heard this, and my family was so amazing, they were so supportive. I couldn't, after I mentioned the thought of going, I could not go after that. My 10-year-old's like, "Yes, finally, we're doing something." You know, that was to me, along with myself. Zero idea what was going to come out of this. Went into very naively. Didn't know what was going to come. I mean, how many of us expected it had to have attraction and catch the imagination of the world? We didn't know those things. But I did know that I could point my truck east, and my son was so excited, my family was so on board. And it was just something I have not regretted for a second.
Tell us a little bit about just Ottawa itself, what it was like arriving?
It was just like this building thing. The trip was just step on step on step. We had a local rally, left them that night, got through like towns like Edmonton, got through Edmonton in the dark. So it really had no support, no real, just we were making some miles, we were trying to catch up to the convoy. We got through Edmonton, stopped for the night, in the morning, we went to make coffee in my truck, and my coffee maker was broken. Well, that's not going to work, we've got a long way to go. We need coffee. Stopped in Lloydminster, and I'm going to try to just make it short, because it's a neat part of the story. Swung into McDonald's to get coffee. On my way out, jumping back in the truck, somebody's on the two-way on the radio going, "Is there anybody on with the convoy?" And before I even had a chance to say anything, they're like, "We're over at lap 2. I haven't time to catch up to them in North Battle for 2 hours down the road to an event. And thought I'd already missed Lloydminster. They were 2 blocks away. The traffic control guy hit us right in there. You'll see in a minute what my truck was. It was very visible. And they guided me right into the very front of that convoy, and I just ended up leading it all the way to Saskatoon. And every stop was more and more support. Regina, which Saskatoon was awesome. Regina more so. And then we started getting into Manitoba and Winnipeg. There's not a trucker here. If the trucker here tells you he went through Winnipeg dry-eyed, he's lying, I guarantee you. Ask Ottawa. Some of the support that you saw along the side of the road, you couldn't. Like, we've gone so long now without seeing people's faces. You know how impersonal the grocery stores were, or where we went, and all you could see was eyes. You couldn't see smiles. It was so impersonal and so cold and so divisive. And you saw all these people with flags and signs, like just innumerous. Like you couldn't even count them. And it was therapeutic. It was like, how many of us were at the point where we're like, where do I even move to? So done with what was going on in our country. So ready for a change. So, I don't know, like we were so separated and so divided and so done is just the best way to put it. Like just done. And I started to see all these Canadians, and you'll see some references to it in the documentary. Just the division stopped and we became Canadians again. And just the support along the way, like it was the cheapest form of therapy I could have found. And so good. You know, my buddy froze his arm off just waving at people out the window. My air horn put on just as many miles as my tires. It was so incredible, and people were so good, and you developed this rekindled love for every one of you, for every town that we went through, every driveway, and it just built and built and built. And it was just, you can't, I honestly wish every Canadian could have experienced it because it was so good for you. Like, it was so good as a Canadian to see it. Thank you.
It's nice that we had so many, citizen journalists pick up their cameras, but it's also nice that we had some pros that were able to really document. How did, when did you make the decision that you were going to make a film?
Probably after I had actually left Ottawa. So yeah, like Vern said, neither of us had met each other in person before going to Ottawa, but he knew a lot of my family and a lot of my cousins. And I first started filming when Fort St. John had their rally, and there was probably 300 plus trucks. It almost surrounded the entire city. It was 35 kilometers long, and it was the most, but back in probably 2015, 2014, we had an FSJ for LNG rally. It was the government was blocking pipelines and our natural resources that could lower the carbon footprint of the world, depends on how you look on that. We couldn't get it to shores. And that was the first moment I watched Fort St. John come together and rally against something. And that was 78 trucks and about 12 kilometers long. And I was like, wow, that is phenomenal. We made national news. Now we tripled that. We had 300 trucks almost circling the entire city. I filmed for 6 hours, and I was like, oh, like you could not keep your face from welling up and feeling red and hot, and just you had such pride in your small community. I sent that to every last news agency I had on my contact list, and not a single one posted. And we filmed for Global, CTV, CBC, all the time as a stringer, and they love free footage. If I send them something, hey, this is a unique story, I will post this. Not a single one even responded. And that's when I was like, something here is off. Our local news branch posted the clip, and they got 100,000 views in less than a day. And we're a small town of 20,000 people, so even that was traveling further than our small community. Vern was sending photos to one of my cousins, and you could see the string of trucks. You could hear what some of the messages he was sending, and to him and Andy in the vehicle, what they were saying about what was happening. And sure enough, I've been very skeptical for a very long time. So, turning on the news, and they said, there's about a dozen trucks heading over. And at that moment, I knew one of a few things could happen. I could either catch the media with their pants down, or I could just go and show everything that was happening. Respond to the news. If they say this is a right-wing extremist group, I'm going to go look for that. I'm going to try to find signs of that. If they say that there's violence, so much violence that people are scared to go downtown, oh, I hope I catch someone punching someone. Because then I can prove what the foundation of Canada has been built on, what messages are being said. I've got evidence of that, not a stitch. And we caught up, and so we knew when we were seeing these things from Vern, they were not matching the mainstream media. My cousins and I, we jumped in my truck, we drove 48 hours straight through the night, caught up in Sault Ste. Marie. And we just started filming everything we could see. And from that moment, my goal was a 5-minute video recap of everything I experienced. Our first cut was 6 hours long. We knew you weren't going to stay here for 6 hours. So now we got it down to 2.5 hours long. My goal wasn't necessarily to dispel every myth and fact about the convoy. My goal was to have people that weren't there feel what I was feeling on the ground. How many people were in Ottawa? If you were there, this film is going to be an emotional roller coaster for you. It's going to well up a lot of things. Even when I rewatch it, my goal was to show the heart of what I felt on the ground and be able to put that on the screen.
Well, and through the work of citizen journalists and through the work of this film, it's one of the most, it's a watershed moment for Canada because it's a moment that so many people that I know, a lot of people that didn't get to go to Ottawa, but shared a lot of the film and shared a lot of the citizen journalism. It changed the course of Canada because it changed our relationship with the mainstream press. For the first time, it was plain as day to everybody, doesn't matter where you were on the political spectrum. What was portrayed in the press was not what was happening on the ground by any stretch of the imagination. And we'll never go back. That chapter in Canada's history is done. Right. It's thanks to this. I remember leading up the week, leading up to the convoy and listening to the news. And just like you said, they were saying, there's 10 trucks, there's 15 trucks, 20. They're actually, protesting tires or something like that. And there was
winter roads in Victoria.
Winter road conditions. And even knowing what you know, talking to people on the phone, talking to your friends, sometimes it was still hard to discern what was reality. We didn't necessarily know what to expect here in North Bay when the trucker convoy came to town. And our hope was there. Our hope was there in the bottom of our hearts. Despite everything that they were saying, we knew it was real. But it was the best feeling in the world when the truckers came through North Bay.
There is that. It's sold out.
Shaba, I just you've got such an amazing story. Does anybody not know your story? You've had the pleasure to tell it to so many people all across the world on television, and we're so grateful to have you here. I'd like you to share a little bit about some of the challenges you faced as a trucker in Canada during the lockdowns, as the story switched from here are the people that are standing up for everybody. When we were all in lockdown, you were on the road, you were delivering the food, you were the hero, and all of a sudden, like a switch overnight, it flipped. And all of a sudden, you were the bad guy, right? And what was that like? And how did you come to understand your role at that moment?
Well, and I came to a point when I lost the ability to cross the border, so I couldn't provide to my family anymore. We was in a really dark place before. Also, my oldest girl, she finished 5 years of nursing. She couldn't write her board exam because they was asking for vaccine. My family is unvaccinated. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so after I lost basically my ability to cross the border, couldn't provide anymore for my family. It's not hard to imagine what we went through, right? Lots of crying and thinking what to do in the future. Because probably not all of you know, I born in Romania, into a communist country. And I decided to come in Canada to have a safe and free future. And we came to a point like we didn't know what to do. So, yes, I heard about the convoy. Then I said maybe there is some hope. So I gotta join that. So before the convoy, I was protesting like 4 days at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, because that's where I live. And I have some problems over there, of course, because I went troublemaker. So we been told to leave the left lane open for the trucks to cross the border. I was the first one to cross the left lane. Nothing major. And that time I wasn't thinking to join the convoy, to go to Ottawa, because it's a long drive. And you know, being without work, it's expensive. So I was thinking I'm going to do some damage at the border over in Windsor. But one day I saw a little group of, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old kids being on the side of the road, all of them with some kind of signs in their hand. And I got emotional and I said, we gotta go to Ottawa. So the next day, I flagged up my truck and I started driving to Ottawa. And I was like really amazed when I saw the first woman pass with like a few hundred of people. It was nice to see I'm not really alone in this, you know. So lots of support over there. And all the way up to Ottawa, every bus was filled with hundreds of people. Even it was dark outside, it was snowing. And I was around the kilometer 600, and I just put all my lights on, and I saw even then, in the dark, plenty of people on the beach. And it was really cold outside. So, you know, many of you, they are calling truckers like heroes, but hold on a second.
Love it, Sabo.
You guys on the bridges was the heroes. And all of you who supported us was heroes. Because we truckers, me personally, I was sitting in my work truck. I started coffee, cards, sandwiches, even sometimes money. But you guys was all day long in the freaking cold outside. Supporting us. So, let me get back to the convoy. So I get in Ottawa in January 28.
Ruby.
As soon as we get close to Ottawa, police they break our convoy in pieces. I didn't understand what's going on, but I just found out. So at one point we been stopped at the War Museum, about 90 trucks in total.
We were
tearing up
in each other's arms earlier.
In the intersection. And I clearly saw the apartment. So I started talking with the other truckers over there. Like, what the hell are we doing here? We gotta go to the apartment. That's why, me personally, I went to Ottawa. But at that point, nobody knows what's going on. I've been told, oh, we have to stay over there, we will see what's going on. So I wake up next day in the morning, and I was pretty pissed. And I start talking with other people again. I said, who's going to follow me? Because I'm going to break that police control. I will try to. Only two guys joined me. So I break the police cordon. The officer just was kind of surprised. Jumped out of his cruiser. Made me sign like, what the hell I'm doing? Just waving him goodbye. And I was heading to Panama. Probably less than 20 minutes. I broke the second cordon. And then I find myself a very coffee place. And I spent over there about 2.5 weeks. It was, I didn't imagine what's going to happen. Because when I left my house, I kissed my family goodbye. And but I was just hoping I'm going to see them again. Because back in Romania, we had a revolution in '89, and I was part of it. I hauled an axe on the street looking for love. So when this convoy happened, I didn't know what to expect. I was thinking it's going to be like, we're going to kick some ass. I was thinking I'm going to go do some donuts with my trucks beside of the park. But it wasn't like that. When I got to there, I was really pumped up, angry. And everybody told me, like, calm down, be peaceful. So I took it 5 days to calm down, to release some of my anger. And at that point, I start seeing like being peaceful and like spreading loves and stuff like that. It's actually has some power. And it wasn't easy, even sitting in a long track all day, because many people, they came to us and they shared their life stories, you know. I cried probably each day like 389 times. I was devastated all day. And I made like, I don't even know how many thousands of promises, like I'm gonna stay until the end. I got people walking to my truck and they kissed my hand. It was a big shock for me. Like, who the hell I am? Just a regular Romanian truck driver. When I say Romanian, it's like something like Russian, okay? But Romanians are more dangerous. So, yeah, it was very emotional to see all those people, you know, hearing these stories, crying with them, laughing with so many. I got a good friend here, his name is Chris. Every day he came to my truck with a very nice smile, even if I was down. When I saw him with his big smile, he always supported me, and I feel much better as of that. So, in February 18, the government started moving on us, arresting people, and I was expecting to be arrested that day. but I wasn't. Instead, the next day in the morning, they get close to my truck, and I decided to just go down in my knee, hands behind my head, and allow them to take me. So I know I'm going to be beaten up and arrested, but I couldn't break the promise I made. No. Somebody from the convoy called me like an hour before my arrest, like, Chopper, give up your position, there is no sense for you to stay any longer. I said, no, man, I promised so many people I'm going to stay, so I want to be able to look in the mirror after that. And out the line of the beats, close to my truck, so I said, that's it, this is the end. So I give up. I went down on my knee, hands behind my head, and they beat me up really bad. I didn't feel anything, you know. I didn't resist arrest or something. All I remember, I was laughing. And 3 of them, they was a couple of kicking me from each direction. They did some damage, you know, but break me here and there. But not my spirit. Some jail time at the moment. Last year in August, they asked me to take the deal, to plead guilty and accept the days of jail. And I said, no. So in September 10, I'm going to have a 5-day trial from morning till afternoon. For being peaceful over there, standing up for freedom. So, I don't know what's going to happen. If my lawyer is going to lose the case, probably I'm going to do more jail time, but I'm fine with that. I'm not going to plead guilty, and I'm not going to take any deal. So at the moment, I'm seeing a psychiatrist. People told me I have to. But maybe I'm sorry, I have to confess to this. I've been seeing this doctor probably already like 6 times. And every time I go home, my wife, she's asking me, how do you feel? You feel better? Oh yeah, I feel better. But the truth is, most likely, I helped that guy. Because since I started seeing him, the first day he said, oh, your bucket is full with emotions and stuff like that. Which one, I believe it, yeah. But I was telling him about our convoy, our Freedom Family people, all those beautiful documentaries, about that love, what I experienced in Ottawa. So basically, every time I go, we are talking about this. So actually, I do feel better because I can see clearly I woke him up. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. You guys are beautiful.
real quickly something here.
Yeah, I just want to say this to Sabo and Byrne. Is, you know, when the vets were there supporting the truckers, you know, everyone sees, you know, medals and raised and they're thanking us for our service. That was a job, that was a social contract that we made with the government and people of Canada to do that. But the hundreds of vets who were there were to support the truckers because you guys were fighting for the freedoms of all of us. I'm not a combat veteran like my brother Daryl here, I'm just a salty naval warfare officer. But I want to tell you guys and the rest of the truckers there, thank you for your service to our country. Thank you very much.
It's a tough act to follow. Thanks, Sean. So one of my favorite stories from Ottawa is how you guys managed to build a live broadcast studio under the nose of just about every law enforcement officer within 1,000 miles. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what was that experience like going into Ottawa and being part of the beginning of that movement?
Well, I think anyone that's been there, I guess there's only one word, it's the M word. Miracle. When God's behind something, amazing things happen. It happened really quick. You know, I met Jay, and I guess what was really on my heart, and how did we get here? How did we get here? Why am I here? How did we get here? I think ultimately, what was really on my heart was that we're living in a real corrupt, deceived world. And we need to expose the lies. Right? We need to speak the truth. And we need to have a solution. And it was really optimal, you know, meeting Jay the day before, found out he was a Christian, went over and prayed. My good brother was going back home. And I went back home the first week for 3 days. When I got back home, I felt guilty. I felt wrong being home. Like, what am I doing here? Like, I need to be back in Ottawa. So I went back on Friday, I made sure this time I packed my rucksack. And I'm not coming back home. I don't know when it's going to be, but when this is over, then I'll come back home. So there's something amazing about the resourcefulness in Ottawa, because we met a police officer as well that's pro-freedom. He said, when you guys get there, we take the government $500 million in about 5 years to plan. So this is a 35-year veteran police officer that was, you know, up there. So I think that, you know, the sheriff's when I met Jay, and you know, I got there and it was like, went up, saw his truck full of prayer stuff, full of scripture stuff. Went and talked to him, prayed with him, and he says, "What are you doing?" I said, I'm trying to find a place to stay because I can't go back home. You know, well, why don't you stay with me? Where? You can sleep in the shed, in the truck. We need a PR guy here, you know, we can pump the board, this and that. So long story short, you know, I ended up staying, and the next morning it was, we got to do something with the shed. So I got an idea. Yeah, well, we need the goose horn or something we came up with. So I just went from there. I said, well, I got an idea. Well, we need coffee. I want to get coffee. Get your idea down. We'll get back. And just everything happened so fast. I've never been able to like think something up, devise something up, and all of a sudden it gets done. So I think that's what Ottawa was all about, right? It was just this resourcefulness when there's a real problem, Canadians really came together, right? But I think my big burden is how did we get here? And the biggest problem is our education system, right? They have dumped us down. They've removed logic and morality from our education system, and they're replacing it with emotion. And this is what we're facing right now in the nation. A lot of people don't know how to think, don't know how to discern, don't know how to tell apart the truth from false, can't detect a contradiction, can't detect lies, can't detect anything like this.
So you can put anything by anybody, and if you were taught how to think, we'll be able to discern and tell apart the truth. And I'm not really, I guess no being controversial, but I'll throw something out at people here right now. I think that we're getting to the point. Show of hands, who trusts our government? Please leave the room if you don't like it. We've heard of a hard time trusting our medical system now from someone that's in the medical system, from our law enforcement system. We're just getting all these systems. And if we don't trust our government, why are we trusting our children with our government? And it's getting to the point, if you have your children in the government education system, we're going to have to get to the point, does your government love your children more than you do? Well, we've made a lot of sacrifices we've seen here in Ottawa. Maybe we're going to have to make a lot more sacrifices to remove our children from the education system, educate them ourselves, or there could be some alternative good education systems, like maybe Ishkar, some of that North Bay. But the government, if we don't trust them, what are we exposing our children to? Are they teaching them thinking? Are they teaching them the maths, the sciences, all these important things? It's an indoctrination camp now. It's exactly what it is. Don't feel any of their service. So I think the culmination of all this is 5 years ago, I asked myself a question that tormented me for years. Why don't we have a class and subject in our education system that teaches us how to objectively think? What is the science of thinking? And I've built this education system now, and Ottawa came to this point as well, where I'm looking around all this, is that a lot of these people that are here can think a little bit. But we become numb and dumb, and as long as the government is putting a man in the education system, we're going to keep having these problems. And how are they going to win elections? It's going to be very, very tough when we have a liberal education system that has put this social engineering these people based on emotion, and then all of a sudden, election time comes, so they're going to be voting on logic and truth and discerning things. It's going to be all emotion and feeling based. Someone hiccup or heard China? Yeah. So you know what? We need to remove our children's education system and educate them. This is how we're getting to this problem. So I think that's really what you see the mess in Ottawa. And a lot of people that were making all these conclusions against Ottawa that never went there, that had no idea, but 1.something billion a year, right? How many people are taking the devil's paycheck? Like the CBC and all these other government institutions, and God bless you for standing up. But how many people are going to be silenced because of money rather than conscience issues? So there are enough people to stand up and say, you know what, we're not going to buy this Kool-Aid, we're not drinking this Kool-Aid, we're not going along with this. Right? Here's my badge, here's my belt. So 75% people walk off the job. Usually numbers seem to matter, don't they? Look at the damage we did with our numbers, the small numbers we had in Ottawa whole. So the shed came down to me is that we need to, being in the middle of Ottawa like this, the middle of the world, to be able to expose the lies, speak the truth, and give the solutions. They didn't give us a lot of time to do that, but I think Canada has really stepped up, taken over, and if you're going to keep your kids in the education system, unless they're built like this, right? Unless they're built like this, get them out. And if you can train them to be like that, get them in the education system fast, real fast. So, anyways, I think we've got a documentary we want to watch soon, so.
So, Dr. Dave Speaker would like to share another word.
I'm a trained, I've looked at data, I've worked on pandemics and viruses and things. Each time I have stood up for well, what is right, the world has tried to knock me down. And that is tough. I've been in that dark hole. I've been fired from 4 jobs during the pandemic because each time I've stood up for what is right. I am now a prophet, redeemer, and I found out 2 weeks ago my contract is done in May because they've hired a Chinese scientist to replace me because it makes things more diverse. and you know that hurts. It's getting tough. I don't know where I'm going to work. I don't know how I'll feed my family. But this is a spiritual fight. This is a spirit of division, of destruction. And if you have morals, it wants to beat you down. Right? And it's time, all of us, stand up and speak what is morally right and stand for the things. I applaud all of us for doing what is right. This capacity, this past week, this counselor here apologized for vaccine mandates because they are wrong. When the convoy rolled through, I felt old. I'm a scientist at church, empty. We've worked on the red lines of this since day one, and no one wants to listen to us because we do not support what our government narrative wants us to know. And it's about time everyone coast to coast stand up and say, that's it. and you stood. It says in the Bible, in the last days, you must do everything you can to stand, and having done all to stand. I have no idea where I'm working in 6 months. God knows, and God opens doors. Yes. And I know God has and we must keep doing everything we can to stand. Our world is hurting, and it needs hope, and it needs help. And we are called to love those around us and bring them hope and do everything we can to help them and teach them what is right and do it lovingly. If you are backstabbing, that is your choice. I will love and support you regardless of your choice. Because we are all human beings and deserve respect. And God loves all of us. And so I encourage all of us, keep standing, do what is right, even when the world is against us. And thank you so much, Convoy, for being our hope and bringing us hope.
I just wanted to say thank you to Callander, thank you to Village Barber Complex, thank you for the councilors here. This was a city that didn't have any mandates for its employees. And it's been I also want to say thank you so much to Michelle, who's been such an inspiration with her work with the Northern Freedom Alliance. All the wonderful people who paved the way for the truckers and for us in our community, who were there fighting the good fight right from day one, who were dragged away in police cars, who made the front page, who experienced a tremendous amount of belligerence and did it because it was the right thing. And look at the dominoes fall, and look at what happens when we all take our turn and stand up for each other. Thank you.
The panelists here. We all spread the message in different ways. Some of us are out front, and some of us are in the back supporting the ones out front. And some are speaking one-on-one to people, and some are out on social media, front, right, and center, right? Getting censored on Facebook.
Hey.
You know, a time or two. But anyway, thank you to everybody. I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers as well in the background. They've done a phenomenal job. And then we're going to break for about 15-20 minutes. But there's wonderful t-shirts. Unless you want to stand up and all it, Sam. They're for sale at the back. So and as well, we have Planet Freedom. So Joanna Bolts and Roger Desmer, a couple of local famous freedom fighters who Planet Freedom are selling buttons, and 50% of the profits, proceeds, all goes back to this organization here. So thank you very much. So, smoke break, food break, and then get your butts back in your seat. The race is going to start.
Alright guys, so we're having a break here. Alright guys, you
Hello, everybody. So we're just having a break here. You guys still want me to interview? Hey! Could you? What's that? What's that? Okay, me too. Coming. All right, guys. So I'm just gonna leave this on right now, recording. I'm just gonna leave this on recording, guys. I'm just gonna go for a smoke. They are setting up to get ready for the movie or the documentary. Yeah, I'll just head out for a smoke before. You're welcome, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And like I said, the documentary will be starting in the next, I'd say, 15 minutes. Do you need me to move stuff here? No. No? All right, guys, I'll be back.
Hello, everybody. So I want to do a quick announcement. During the documentary, anyone, please do not be recording with your personal devices the documentary. Very important for you to enjoy it and no recording of the documentary with any recording devices. Thank you.
So guys, don't know if you guys just heard that. We cannot record the documentary out of respect. So yeah, I'll be recording the documentary for about the first 50 minutes, and then we'll go from there. Okay, guys. I'll be right back, guys. Just go for a smoke, and then I'll be back and we'll continue this live. Yeah, Ruby, it's okay. We'll make it work.
Let's catch up.
Just gonna keep one mic here in case. Should we get there?
You betcha. I'll do a little intro there. Okay. No, not at all.
Is this movie going to be out later?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. So, we're touring right now, and then we'll be in Ottawa again on the 12th, Toronto on the 13th, back in Ottawa again on the 15th, then Winnipeg on the 17th, then Victoria on the 29th. And so
Are you going to Sault Ste. Marie?
Unfortunately, we're trying to get into the theater in Sault Ste. Marie, but we're not physically going to Sault Ste. Marie at the moment.
Okay.
But
I have a sister who actually believes all the mainstream media of the last 3 years, and there is nothing I can say that will convince her otherwise.
Yeah, that is pretty common, and the greatest thing is we've gotten lots of reports back, even from people that were someone who brought them along, and they were not even sure what the big deal was. Why is Sophie upset? Why is this conflict such a big deal? And then we've gotten emails of people just saying, I had no idea.
Yeah, she believes that it was a takeover. She believes it was an insurrection in the state on January 6th.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, come thought, really? Like, whoa, how did we there? And I just have to let it go.
So we have a few. So after we're done our in-person, second week in April, so the 6th for about a week or two, depending on the year. There are about 40 cameras here in the area. We've submitted to some international film festivals, and if it's accepted, it will delay our DVD streaming till the end of August, which is I'm kind of torn because if it does get accepted, we have huge international coverage, and it becomes a film that a lot of people watch. If I don't get accepted to Cannes Film Festival for a film, then I mean it is what it is, and we'll start shipping DVDs at the end.
Your signatures in.
Oh,
Get your signature, please.
thank you. I don't want to put it on the floor. Let's give it a little.
Thank you.
Hey guys. Coda, come on. Come back on, Coda, for now. We are calling Mr. Coda. Coda! Yo.
Oh, hello!
Yeah, mother.
Did I miss anything exciting?
Not right now. No, nothing exciting. They just finished the speeches and shit. Now we just had a break and now we're getting ready for the movie. So
Is it okay for us to stream the movie?
no.
So can you just record it all offline then, and then post it when we have permission?
Well, yeah. I'll still do it. I'll just tell them I'm recording it for personal reasons. And then we won't use the whole thing, right? We'll just use half. It clips in pieces. I'll figure it out. I'm not too worried. If they're gonna, sorry, who had a question? Ruby, what's your question? Sorry, Ruby, what's your question?
What's up, Rubes? What's your question? Ask them when your viewers can buy it, if you want. That's what FNS asked.
Okay. Go in there.
Hey, Tina. Hi, Trish, Dragonart, FNS, everybody. Where and what time in Toronto on the 13th? I don't even know what she's talking about. Lucy, baby, come on.
Okay, I'll ask them. Yeah, Joseph.
Lots
There's
of
a lot
people there tonight, Chris.
Yeah, Joe. Jay, there's a lot of people here tonight. It's sold out. I'm just waiting. He's just in the middle of conversation right now. I'm being respectful.
I just made a video, eh?
Did you? Yeah.
I posted it on the game chat.
Sweet. Not sure if we're gonna chill here all night. We'll see. It's gonna be so. You guys get ready for everybody that wants the. I'm gonna try to do the first 15 minutes of it. See how it goes.
That'll be okay. Like 10 minutes of the movie or whatever will probably be okay.
Yeah.
And then we can clip that out, use it as a promotion to promote their movie. And say, to see more.
I pushed her video out, and she was like, "Thank you for pushing my video out like that." But she's like, "I've been getting so much publicity from across the country, man."
As soon as I saw it, like, I was reading some stuff stack in the end, like, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So Ben,
Yeah.
the viewers want to know when will it come out, the documentary?
For sure.
And when's the next viewings in Ontario?
For sure. Okay. So our tour in Ontario, we're the 11th day. On the 12th, unfortunately, the showing is sold out already in Ontario. It's in Danbury. They have a 500-seat facility there, and that's sold out. A little over 24 hours of them hosting the event.
Yeah, I was talking to Melissa and Rob there.
Yeah, so they're tickled pink, and I'm ecstatic. After that, we are heading to Whitby in Toronto, and that's on the 13th. There's still about 100 tickets left for that one, so that venue has a bit left. So we really tried hard to go down to Windsor, Ontario, or over to Niagara on the 14th, but we were denied from all the locations that we were in communications with. Just the fact that they wouldn't even watch the screener, which is the really unfortunate part. There's a great story about Saskatoon. We had difficulties getting a theater in Saskatoon, and the Magic Lantern Roxy Theater, the Magic Lantern national manager was a little bit apprehensive. Well, he was apprehensive about having our film in their theater, and so I sent him a screener. And this individual, even though he doesn't necessarily agree with the messaging or the convoy standpoint, he said, this film needs to be seen. It's not extremism, it's not alarmism, it's not. It's a communication point. It's a point of view of the convoy, and he in turn announced it on their website that they're going to be showing the film. He was getting 60 emails a day of people threatening to ban his theater. His entire frontline staff quit, and none of them had seen it. And now all of a sudden, this person that was opposed to the convoy was defending our film, was saying, "No, we're going to show this. You haven't seen it. What you're proposing is a good old-fashioned book burning. You've never read the book. You looked at the cover and it looks scary to you.
Judge a book by its cover.
100%. And this fellow was defending our film to the very people that love the Roxy Theater, and we're telling him they're going to ban the theater. He's like, ban me. If I don't show this film, I am squashing, open communication. I'm squashing the opportunity to transparency. I'm squashing the opportunity for people to be able to dialogue. And I was blown away after he had watched the film. It was phenomenal. And we sold out the Roxy, 485 seats.
Wow. Holy man.
They have not sold out the Roxy in the last 3.5 years.
Good.
They had a whole new frontline staff, and it was a concession. They don't take tips or anything, but the crowd came out and they were giving tips, and all these new staff members for the Roxy were just like, come back anytime.
That's awesome. Good.
They had to make this little makeshift tip jar out front, and it was just a testament to how the convoy was down in Ottawa. Just in a small, you saw a little glimpse of it, just in a theater in Saskatoon.
It's how people come together, right?
100%.
And a lot of people judge a book by its cover, but until they see it, it's like, wow.
100%, yeah. And that's what our goal with the film is to not divide. I don't want to further that chasm between those on this side and those on this side.
No,
our goal is to have this as a bridging the gap for to open that dialogue, to have someone that's on one side maybe question where their foundation is set and be like, some of this stuff is hard to deny.
Oh yeah.
And then extreme on the other side, if someone's going like they're so angry that people aren't believing them, it brings them back to center and grounds them into a rooted nature of what the convoy was all about. Right? And so that's really the core of our documentary. After Toronto, we're going back to Ottawa on the that's the 15th, and that's in Canada.
Okay.
Canada's almost sold out. I think there's only about 30 or 40 tickets left on that one.
Good.
And then after that, we go all the way over to Winnipeg, and that's on the 17th. We've got a huge venue there, lots of space. They've opened up the venue for a long time afterwards for people to have conversations. There's over 600 seats there. I haven't checked the ticket sales on that one. I know it's going to go quick. The Hutterites are coming out in full force. They're going to be attending the screening, and they're just like, make lots of seats available for us. So,
are the people from Camp Hope?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. So Walter Hebert there, and Jeff Bolvin, and a lot of the convoy supporters there there's quite a few families that we touch base with in that area. Good. Really looking forward to it. And then on the 29th, we end our in-person tour in Victoria.
Okay. And then is that when the movie comes out afterwards?
Well, then we have about 40 independent theaters right now that are going to be releasing it for first week of April.
Really?
So
is it across the nation? Or?
Yes, yeah. So they're all over the place, and that goes for any viewers here that are watching as well. If they want to be an ambassador for the film, what we had to do for our tour is to reach out to theaters in person, rent the venue ourselves, set up our own ticketing. But if someone wants to be an ambassador for a film, they can go to their local theater, request the film to be shown, ask us for an ambassador package, and we'll give you all the paperwork, all the things that they need to bring it to their theater, and basically buy on our behalf, essentially. And that's the way we're able to bring it to so many theaters. We're in negotiations right now also with Atlantic theaters to bring it across all of theirs because they had such a warm reception in Saskatoon. So things are definitely moving. Once that's done, we've submitted to a bunch of international film festivals, and this is where the paths can divide a little bit. If we're accepted into international film festivals like the Cannes Film Festival, TIFF for some of the major ones. We unfortunately have to do a viewing embargo on our film until that festival is done.
Okay.
So we wouldn't be able to release DVDs or go on streaming platforms until the end of August. If we'll find out sometime in the middle of April here if we're accepted. If we're not accepted, then we're going to start shipping pre-sales of DVDs, Blu-rays, USB sticks end of April, and we're hoping to be on a more mainstream viewing platform or a streaming platform by the mid-summer.
There you go, guys. So, is there anything else you guys have to ask? I think you pretty much answered all you guys' questions there.
Oh, for Whitby, I just noticed a couple of questions there. Who do you contact? All our tickets are available right now on Eventbrite. If you either search Eagle Vision Video Productions or Unacceptable with a question mark, all our current events are going to be on there. There's Whitby, Toronto, Winnipeg, and Victoria as well. Vanier has sold out, so that has been pulled off. But if you have any other questions, feel free to email unacceptabledoc@eaglevisionvideo.ca.
So they're asking also if I'm able to record the first 10 to 15 minutes of the documentary.
Unfortunately, we can't release. There's fairly strict rules on the film festivals.
Okay.
The video can't cross international lines. We're able to do in-person viewings, test screenings, things like we're doing today. But on a streaming platform, it's all of a sudden online, and unfortunately, we're not.
Okay, so if I personally record it,
yeah,
and keep it for myself, and just quick clips, like 2-minute clips, is that okay or no?
Unfortunately, I would have to beg you.
No, that's what I'm asking.
I'm only being cautious because if we did get accepted and then we were denied because of something that was online, it would be unfortunate. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's why I'd rather ask, right?
No, but I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ben.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. All right, thank you.
All right, guys. So there you go. We cannot live stream the video because of they might be in the film festival in August. If they are in the film festival, they have a lot of restrictions that their movie or their documentary cannot be filmed or viewed anywhere else in the world. It can only be viewed in person. Like I said, exactly. Yeah, that's understandable, right? So the other thing is, like you guys heard, I did ask him if I was able to record it. I will record it, but I will not. So Dave, when you get promotion, how do you get promotion without releasing a trailer? I get it, but I'd rather let the world see. Right? So, like I said, what I could do is maybe not view it directly. I can maybe just use the audio from it. If I'm able to do that, just use the audio from it and not record it. Yeah, I don't see why if it's not viewed, don't record it. Don't record it at all. Okay, yes, audio at least. So that's why I was thinking just audio. Interview, I'm sure it will be released more widely soon. Thanks, Effin. Yeah, it will be, if they don't get accepted, like you said, if they don't get accepted by the by the end of April, it will be released. Oh God. All right, it will be released, guys. I'll clip that interview. Perfect, Coda. It's okay, Ruby. We'll get you guys all of that information, and we'll be putting that out there for you guys. Like Coda said, he'll clip that interview for us, and then we'll share it with you guys, so everybody can hear what he had to say. So yeah, I'm hoping that
okay for me to, like I said, at least use the audio, but if not, I think it's going to be, like Trish said, it's to protect the integrity of the film, right? So I might have to cut out the live soon, guys. Sounds good, sounds good, Coda. So yeah, guys, I might have to cut out the live shortly here. I know that Coda is going to go live in about an hour for the. I'm not sure if we're still doing a poker night there, Coda. The movie's about 2 hours, so I figure we should be out of here by 10 o'clock. I'll be home by 11 o'clock, give or take, if that. Cheers, brother. Cheers, Jay. Thank you. And hopefully you guys are still online, so we can have our little poker night. All right. So everybody's taking their seats here right now before the movie starts. Everybody's taking a seat here. Everybody's getting ready. Everybody's got their popcorn. All be well, and thank you for joining. Chris, you did it for them. Thanks, Trish. Appreciate it. All good. This has been awesome. Thanks, Ruby. Thank you guys, everybody, for I'm going to go get that clip and try to get poker going, but I don't have a sub in. Okay, Coda. Well, what you can do is just for now, just like you do, just keep the chat entertained, and once I get home, we'll start rocking it. Even like I said, even if it's a little later, we'll have a lot to talk about. Funny cigarette time before a 2 hour sit down. Right, Alex? I cannot stream the movie. Sorry there, guys. Out of respect, like I said, I will not be posting the videos, just out of respect. I will record it personally, not on live. So everybody or anybody that wants to join in and watch it. Yes, Mr. Green Thumb, I will.
So my name is Benjamin Hobb, and I'm the producer and director of the film you're about to watch. And I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I am truly honored and grateful that so many of you have come out to listen to the panel before and to watch this film. My goal with this film is truly not to divide, but to unify all sides of the conversation that most recently, in the last 2 years, has stopped. My hope is that we relive those conversations and we can open up those doors and build a bridge, and that's what this film is designed to do, is build that bridge. And you build a bridge with love, kindness, empathy, coming from a place of what we felt downtown. There are so many names in this film that need far more recognition than myself or our team that put it together, because it was not just me. There was many other cinematographers, editors. I want to thank Bern Bugert for allowing me to trust, or
the fact that he trusted me with his voice. Because we've seen in media these days, that voice can very quickly be twisted into something not intended. So that requires a lot of trust. And I really appreciate that. I'd also like to thank, first and foremost, on a personal note, God and His supremacy. Exactly how it says it in our Canadian charts, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I want to thank my parents as well. They're the biggest cheerleaders an adult can really have. And I'd also like to thank everyone here that's been very supportive and the warm reception that we've had. There were so many other things that I wanted to say. I have all that in my mind. But this is already going to be going to 20 after 10. So I encourage you all to watch this film. Enjoy it, relive moments, cry if you need to, cheer if you want to. Don't throw stuff at the screen, they have to return it tomorrow. But without further ado, and it's with anxiousness and a bit of sweaty palms that I'd love to present Unacceptable.
Have a good night, guys.